How we all doing tonight? Man, it's been a long day, I'll tell you what. I've been like up for like 9 hours trying to just get everything finalized for this stream right here. I'm a little bit in over my head, I'm not gonna lie, but I think that it's gonna be good, so that's all that matters, right? Can you guys see me, hear me, etc., etc.? This is a completely new setup, so I don't know if any of it is working at all. Sweet. Awesome. So, here's what's going to happen today. Today we are making just about 100 people fight in Mugen. I tried to make the bracket so that people from the same franchises would be able to fight against each other first to knock them out. Gonna be honest, this software doesn't work like that. So I'm just gonna randomize the seed and we're gonna see what happens. As you can see, there is a lot of fights that are going to happen. We've got just about 77 fights here to get to our final champion. Now, along the way, there are going to be a few twists and turns that I'm not going to spoil yet, but they will be there indeed. Yeah, as we go along here, you guys will be able to bet along for a chance to win a channel membership. If you have the most points at the end, you will get the channel membership. If you already have a channel membership, we'll come up with a different price. But yeah, in order to bet along, I think you're going to have to hop into Twitch chat if you're not already there. And what you'll have to do is type /bet and then fighter A or not slash, exclamation mark bet, fighter A or fighter B in order to select which fighter you are going to bet on. You will then be able to select how many points you want to put on said bet. The way that it works is basically, whoever has the most points in and wins is going to get a larger share of the pot. If you bet on the underdog, you'll get higher rewards compared to your bet. You know, this is standard split pot sort of thing. Nothing that crazy. Any questions before we get started here? How do you see how many you have? That's a great question that I have no answer to. So, is that it? Oh yeah, exclamation mark points. There you go. So you get 100 points for following. So if you haven't followed, follow. You also get 100 points every single 5 minutes that passes. So if you lose all of your points, don't worry, you will get more in 5 minutes. But that knocks you out of probably 2 or 3 fights in the meantime. So definitely don't try to lose your points too quick unless you're really, really confident. Here's a little thing about Mugen. Mugen, people try to make the most broken characters possible most of the time when it comes to these sort of pop culture characters, which means that on paper you'd think that some of these characters might just obliterate another. Like if we're putting Courage the Cowardly Dog up against Jeff the Killer or something like that, you'd think Courage has no chance. But you never know with Mugen, quite frankly. They turn Fat Albert into a mech. So, you know, it's always a toss-up. After the first round of fights, it should start to get a little bit more obvious who might win. Yeah, let's hop in here, shall we? One moment. Let's randomize the bracket one more time for posterity's sake. I don't remember how to do that, so give me one moment here. Oh no. There we go, participants. And then we're going to shuffle the seed, get us a brand new bracket fight going here. And then we'll hop in to our first fight, which looks like is going to be Hank Hill versus Elmer Fudd. Let's get her started. So, now, we just go along here. We've got Hank Hill from, do that. There we go. Okay, we've got Hank Hill from King of the Hill fame, selling propane and propane accessories here. Versus, who was he versus? Oh, this is going to be a long stream, isn't it? Elmer Fudd, the notorious bunny hater of the world. Is this in alphabetical order? Where is There's Elmer Fudd. Now, if I'm going to be for real here, if I'm just gaming this in my head, I am going to think that Elmer Fudd pieces Henkill, right? Because of one simple fact here. Gun. Quite frankly, I don't think that Henkill is going to be able to do anything against the gun. So, let's open up betting here. Let's see what you guys are thinking. And then we'll get a roll going here. So, we got our first contest rolling. We'll head back to the newsroom for a second because that's where I have our little contest overlay. Go ahead and type in your bets and bet amounts here. Elmer Fudd definitely has my vote, but to each their own. Saxon, you get 100 points for follow and then 100 every 5 minutes, just like Rat Raider said there. So if you lose your points, it's not that big of a deal, but you could lose some serious momentum since each fight probably is only going to take like 2 minutes is what I'm thinking. I might come to regret that, but you have 20 seconds left to place your bets. You know, it could be that Henkill pulls out some sort of duck hunt dog situation and is able to get a propane tank out there and catch one of Elmer Fudd's bullets in order to end the whole thing. We never know. All right, so it looks like we've got a 50-50 split here with an 80-point pot. Let's check out the fight and see what happens. I need to tab back into MUGEN. There we go. Random stage. Let's check it out. Oh, God. All right, Elmer Fudd coming in hot. Just absolutely destroyed Daffy Duck. Oh, God. Henkill already takes a bullet. Henkill. Okay. It looks like Elmer Fudd has the advantage so far. Quite substantially. Okay, Henkill got... Okay, Henkill... Elmer, I think he's dead.
Round 2, fight.
So, Henkill could bring this back. We never know. We never know. He's blocking. He's blocking. He learned the block. He learned the block. Oh, he's got a super jump. Oh, he misses the propane tank. He's calling it. Oh, I have no idea what's happening at this point. There's a lot of explosions and Henkill goes down, which means that Elmer Fudd will be the victor of the first round here. Yeah, so, I'm gonna be real honest here. It did not seem like, Henkill really had a chance there. I think that, Elmer Fudd might be, a solid pick going forward. Elmer Fudd was fighter B, correct? Yeah. He was fighter B, right? If someone doesn't tell me if he was fighter B or not, they're gonna lose their points. That's all I gotta say. Okay, cool. Fighter B has won, which means that you get your points. Going forward, you will be able to bet more points now, which means that you can try to snowball this victory. But you can't take everyone's points. Otherwise, you are going to be out of luck because you'll just be betting against yourself. All right. Let's pull up the bracket here really quick and make our adjustments. So, we've got, as of right now, the results of Henkill versus Elmer Fudd. Elmer Fudd. Oh no, I haven't started the tournament. Start tournament. Elmer Fudd. Oh my goodness. Why is this so complicated? Elmer Fudd. Set station and time. Since when? This is not how this went the last time that I did it. Do not worry. Report scores. There we go. We've got Elmer Fudd with 1 point. Easy. Next up, Duke Nukem versus Caveman. Now, quite frankly, I don't know who Caveman is, so I just kind of saw him in the lineup and picked him up. He really is just a mystery character here. I don't really know where to pull on this. Because Duke Nukem hasn't really made an appearance in, how many years now? Like 18? Something like that? 18 years Duke Nukem's been out of service? Because he sucked too bad in his latest game? Then again, I don't know when Captain Caveman last had a cameo in anything. So, this one's up in the air as far as I'm concerned. I will say, Duke Nukem does have the advantage, once again, of gun. Captain Caveman does fly. That is an astute observation. Captain Caveman does, in fact, fly. So, I don't know how that factors into things, but betting is now open. Who's gonna win? Duke Nukem or Captain Caveman? Captain Caveman do got that tongue that goes crazy. That's all I gotta say. That's all I gotta say on that one. You're confident in Duke Nukem or Captain Caveman? Captain Caveman, oh geez, 125 points. That's crazy. That is crazy. 125 points? Apparently you can't change your bet. That's unfortunate. You got to be more certain of yourself when you're playing this game, apparently. All right, let's kick her off, shall we? Now, Captain Caveman versus Duke Nukem. Duke Nukem's got the muscle. He's got the gun.
I'm gonna kick your ass.
Oh, did he just say he's gonna fuck him? We've got the alt variant of Captain Caveman. We've got Fent Caveman running the show here. And he also has a little backup man. I don't know what that attack is, but it seems to hit pretty heavy. Oh. Now, it looks like Duke Nukem here has a little bit of armor up top. So once that breaks, I have a feeling that we might start to see some serious damage. He pulls out the pink woolly mammoth. Oh, he's got the blood red teeth showing. It looks like he's using a super rush combo, 34 rush. Duke Nukem throws him off the map. I don't know what to say at this point. It looks like there's a meteor shower going on.
You in hell.
Duke Nukem ults. Captain Caveman seems to be unaffected by it entirely, keeping the fight going. It looks like Duke Nukem had a strong showing up front, but it's anyone's game at this point. Oh my god, lands the RPG shot into Captain Caveman. It looks like this one might be over, folks. Captain Caveman uses some god rays of some sort. Flashbang goes off. We get the red flashing screen again, and the screams. Captain Caveman throwing the rocks again. Can Duke Nukem dodge enough of them to stay in this fight? It looks like he's going to be holding down block. Captain Caveman once again off the map. Showing off them tootsies. Throws down an avalanche boulder. It seems like Captain Caveman's advantage really comes from his ability to stay in the air. Lands the flashbang for the final blow,
I'm glad
though.
that's over.
Duke Nukem touching him while he's down. That's kind of strange. I think that might be a DQ of some sort. We gotta get the ref in on this, because that might not be kosher. Captain Caveman once again using the rock fling ultimate. Duke Nukem pulls out the shotgun for the first time. Really just seems to have figured out Captain Caveman's moveset this time around, because it seems like Captain Caveman can't capture anything. We do need an epilepsy warning in the chat here, because I don't know who's doing it, but every now and then we get the red flashes going. That was a really nice looking effect that Duke Nukem just pulled out of nowhere. I don't know why that one was HD. but the rest of them sure aren't. Now, if Captain Caveman could just crack the armor again, it seems like he might have a chance, but... Oh my god.
I'm not crying over this.
Okay, Captain Caveman uses an ability that halves his health, but Duke Nukem heals himself somehow. I don't really know how that happened. And Duke Nukem shoots him in the face to end it. Once again, it seems like guns might just have the advantage. Duke Nukem wins the round. Fighter A gets the points. Unfortunate. It looks like winner points are coming in fast, though, so do not worry about your early bets. It looks like point totals are still just going to be going up for as long as we can see. Cool. Let's hop over. We got Duke Nukem taking the match off of Captain Caveman. Captain Caveman now out. Sorry if you were here for Caveman. It's not happening anymore. If you're new to the chat, you can bet on these matches by typing !bet and then fighter A or fighter B once the round has once betting has opened. In order to get your first betting points, I suggest that you follow. You get 100 points for following and then 100 points every single 5 minutes. Next up, we have Steven Seagal versus Mickey Mouse. Let's get it started, shall we? Just off rip, Steven Seagal notoriously kung fu, karate, some sort of martial art master here. Where is Mickey Mouse? LMNOPQ, there he is. And then we have Steven Seagal. Gotta be down by a snake, right? There he is. So, off rip here, I'm going to start the contest while I'm talking so that we can get some bets going. If we know anything about Steven Seagal is an honorary police officer. I can't remember the county, but he has a show called The Lawman, which is cops, but it's Steven Seagal instead of actual law enforcement officers. He also can fight people using his mind. So with that in mind, betting's open. Most people are betting on Steven Seagal over Mickey Mouse. That being said, Mickey Mouse is a cartoon character, so he can kind of do anything. He doesn't have to abide by the laws of this world. Then again, I guess Steven Seagal doesn't either, because he never went to, you know, the police academy and still became a cop somehow. So, you know, pretty even matchup, honestly. I don't know how this one goes. If I was going to place my money anywhere, I think it'd be on Steven Seagal, quite frankly. We've seen Steven Seagal in combat many times. We have many Steven Seagal combat clips. We don't have a single combat clip of Mickey Mouse. Mickey Mouse wasn't doing tours in Iraq. Okay? Steven Seagal, I think he claims he's a veteran. Don't quote me on that, but I think he claims he was there. Cool. Betting is now closed. Let's get this fight started and see who is going to be our victor.
What's your problem?
Mickey Mouse with the alternate color palette. Steven Seagal, much smaller than Mickey Mouse, surprisingly enough. Mickey Mouse also has Pluto there for backup. Sorry, we didn't know this information when we were setting our bets. That might have changed everything, quite frankly. Oh, Micky Mouse, his pupils disappeared and he's hungry. He's trying to eat Steven Seagal's soul. Steven Seagal just getting trapped in the corner here. Just getting absolutely spammed on. Just double teamed by the mouse and the dog. Steven Seagal looks like he's going to be losing this round, but you never know. He brings it back. No, it's over. Steven Seagal loses the first round. Mickey Mouse with the major upset. I don't think anyone could have seen this coming, quite frankly. Steven Seagal getting the first hit on himself. And can he even land a hit within this round? Steven Seagal turns it around, got him against the ropes here. Mickey Mouse turns it back, just getting absolutely pile drived. Mickey Mouse back in the corner. This one looks like it's going to be everyone's fight. Mickey Mouse trying to eat his soul once again. That seems to be what ends it for Steven Seagal every time. Can he learn how to adapt and overcome? Hits him with a ninja star. Mickey Mouse is now pretty low. It looks like Steven Seagal is learning how to overcome the Soul Sucker move. Steven Seagal coming in with some hot kicks. He just needs to get one last good hit on Mickey, but he can't seal the deal. Close round. Mickey just pulls it back from Steven Seagal. Man, you hate to see it. Mickey Mouse, the underdog, takes it away. Cool. Looks like we got some winners in the chat. Mickey Mouse, heads. We got Mickey Mouse coming away with the victory. Steven Seagal now out of this competition. I would not have expected to see him to go so early. Biblically accurate Mickey Mouse, 2 OP indeed. He's like one of the Nephilim. That's why he was so big. Cool. Up next, we've got CJ versus Bart Simpson. CJ being from GTA San Andreas. Let me go ahead and start up our next betting phase here. Cool. Bets are now open for CJ versus Bart Simpson. Let's get a look at them really quick. We've got CJ versus Bart Simpson. Now, here's the thing. Bart Simpson, I guess very well could have a gun. We don't know, but we're pretty certain that CJ does just based on his track record. Okay? CJ has seen real combat. Okay? CJ has taken down countless people in the past. Bart Simpson hasn't. That doesn't mean that Bart Simpson doesn't have the skills required to take down CJ, but CJ has the track record, and Bart Simpson has none. Bart, killer with a slingshot, though. Anyone's game. He's got the skateboard. CJ's got the gun. We don't know how this ends. Okay? I will say, quick side note. The Simpsons movie. Why'd they let you see Bart's wiener? A little weird thing to do. Bart Simpson's a minor. And they showed his wiener. Like, I think people should talk about that more. It's weird. It was funny at the time, but it was weird. Okay? Like, I don't think that we should just be throwing that into like family films. I'm sorry. Controversial take here, but I don't know. Maybe I'm just hoping they keep his wiener out of this fight. That's all I gotta say on that note. Let's get it started.
Me? Hey, you get the fuck out of here.
Okay. Bart Simpson versus CJ. CJ hits him with a Hadouken. I was not expecting that. Hits him with another one. It looks like CJ might not need a gun because he's got fireballs. Bart Simpson's really got to turn something around here. Hits him with the slingshot, his signature move. CJ coming out with the fireballs. Must have been training outside of this. Must have been. Oh. Bart hits him with the knee. CJ's got him in the corner, though, in the Windows XP background. CJ thrives in open spaces. Bart hitting him with the back kick. CJ coming in with the front kick. It's a lot of jumping here, folks. It looks like CJ might have some apprehensions about beating up a child. And Bart, I don't know what Bart's problem is. I guess getting hit in the face with a fireball kind of changes things for you.
Milhouse.
Oh, God. Censor that. Quick. Milhouse comes in but can't do anything, it seems. CJ using his ultimate and misses it entirely. Why does Bart shadow? That is a great question. I have no answer. Bart gets kicked in the head by CJ. And the round's over. CJ standing on top of Bart's passed out body. Seemingly having no Bart pulling out the wizard staff. His signature move, really. Milhouse coming in. Oh, he keeps bringing in Milhouse. One day he's going to land the Milhouse guys. Oh, Milhouse coming in again. Do I need to censor the Bart ass when I upload this to YouTube? Is that against Toss? Oh wait, I'm streaming to YouTube. Don't worry about that some other time, right? Bart Simpson on the ground. CJ starting to fall behind though. It's anyone's match at this point. It looks like these two just very untrained. It looks like they might not have AI patches to their characters, so they're just button mashing it back and forth. CJ seeming to have the stronger moves. Bart really only knowing, oh, he hits him with the wizard and it does nothing. That is crazy. Except now CJ is stuck in the sky. I don't know how this affects the match. It looks like they were just kissing. Oh, so weird for CJ to be doing. CJ hits him with the shoop da whoop. Pulling it back from 2009. That is crazy. Why can't you say teabagging? Teabagging is allowed in this chat. I don't know why that's... why it was saying you can't say that. CJ wins the fight against Bart. Bart, CJ, neither one had a great showing. Definitely not going to be winning fight of the night here. It's just not in the cards for either of them, unless they really turn their acts around. That's just not going to happen. Bart Simpson out of the tournament, but do not worry, his father is still in. CJ, submit. Now, we get CJ winning the fight. Enjoy your points, everyone. Up next, we've got Mordecai from Regular Show versus Ed from Ed, and Eddie. Now, when we're thinking about these two, Mordecai has seen, quite frankly, I'm about to talk out my ass for a sec because I ain't never really seen Regular Show. I'm going to be straight up with you. Mordecai, though, from what I know, faces like interdimensional horrors and crazy situations every single day, where Ed, on the other hand, Ed's just lounging around the hood, the cul-de-sac. Now, Ed constantly being attacked by bullies, you know? Everyone wants to get on Ed. Go ahead, fights, bets are open right now. Everyone wants to get on Ed. Ed has some combat experience. At the end of the Ed, and Eddie movie, Ed actually gets beat up by his adult brother. Really sad. Really messed up ending to a film, quite frankly. It is insane that that happened. Okay? Once again, why in a children's movie? Why in a children's movie? He gets abused by his adult brother. And that's just how the show ends. That's how it ends. That's the ending. All right, with that out of the way, 15 more seconds left. Looks like we got a lot of bets on Mordecai. Surprising, given his lack of combat experience to my knowledge. But he does have the mental for it. This we know. He has faced far worse things than this. Bets are now closed, everyone. Let's get it locked in here. Mordecai versus Eddie. It's not Ed, my bad. Mordecai with the alternate color palette, and Eddie looking a little bit blue today. Mordecai gets the first hit. Eddie in the corner already. Oh, Eddie with the dodge. I don't know any of these Regular Show characters, if I'm going to be straight up with you, so I can't really comment on those. Oh, Eddie with the drive. That's Muscle Man. I know Muscle Man. Muscle Man coming in. Just absolutely destroying Eddie. Eddie really not putting on a good showing here. Eddie is having a flashback to that time that his older brother, his adult older brother, fucked his shit up. Mordecai with the ult turning into a Green Lantern for some reason. I don't remember that ever occurring. Bad day for Eddie voters indeed. This is unfortunate. This is unfortunate. No one could have predicted this. No one could have predicted this. My bets would have been on Eddie. My bets would have been on Eddie, quite frankly. Quite frankly, if we're just being completely honest. Total transparency. I would have lost that bet right there. Mordecai comes away with the first round. Round 2, already coming in with the hits on Eddie. Eddie just standing there like he's lost. Doesn't even know what he's doing. Probably got CTE. This is terrible. Mordecai coming in with the other ult. For some reason, Big Bird comes out in a Green Lantern costume. Eddie tries to land the ult, and it just doesn't work for him. This is bad. This is looking bad for Eddie. Mordecai coming off with barely a scratch on him. You hate to see it. Now, if Eddie had any choice, he should probably be tapping out at this point, but this is a fight to the death, so Eddie, KO, killed, done, game over. Bad day for Eddie voters indeed. So, that gives us Mordecai coming away the winner. Eddie out of the game. Let's give everyone their points. Majority bet wins. Cool. Up next, Patrick Star versus Doodle Bob. This is our first franchise fight. Patrick, you don't know how much strength that man has. No one really does. He looks pretty mad. Doodle Bob also looking pretty angry here. Let's get our betting open. Who are we thinking? I'd put my money on Doodle Bob. Patrick could be very upset with Doodle Bob over the death of SpongeBob. And a friend really can turn things on its head. We've got no bets for Patrick Star so far. That means that someone could swoop in with just 1 point and take the whole pot if Patrick wins. I think, at least, I think. I actually don't know how the betting works, quite frankly. That might not be true. Don't make your choices based on that. I would bet Doodle Bob as well. Yeah, cool. Sorry about that. Yeah, so 220 points in the fund. Looks like no one's going to be winning anything, though. I don't know if you lose it. Hopefully you don't lose it. I guess y'all might have something on the line to lose, but definitely ain't gonna be winning, that's for sure. All right. Patrick Star versus Doodle Bob. Patrick wearing the colors of his deceased friend. Just bringing it in. Doodle Bob with the first hit. Oh my god, Doodle Bob just with a wild moveset. I don't even know who that is. I don't know what's going on. Patrick can't get a word in edgewise over here. It looks like the Doodle Bob betters might have had the right idea going here. Yeah, Patrick's just getting kind of clowned on, honestly. Doodle Bob just spamming the jellyfish, and Patrick just can't seem to figure out how to get around it. Doodle Bob is a master zoner. Just absolutely destroying him. Disrespect on the final. Insane. Just insane.
Round 2, fight.
Absolutely hit him with the overkill. Calling in his anime friend. Wrench to the head. Patrick Star not going to be able to get a hit in this time either. I don't even know why Patrick's not hitting any single attacks. Patrick, you know you're supposed to be fighting, right? Oh, Patrick comes in with the ult and totally biffs it. It's over. It's over. Doodle Bob. Just too much. He's got so many ranged abilities. He's only had to use one melee attack on him the entire time. Patrick just can't seem to close the space. Just has given up. Put down the controller and is just standing there. He's getting those perfect defenses, though. That's crazy. Doodle Bob wins the round. That means that we come away. Patrick Star is out of the competition. Doodle Bob coming in the victor. This might go faster than I thought. I was expecting to be here for like 5 hours, to be quite frank, and I'm very glad that it will not be 5 hours. It wouldn't be that bad, though. Okay, so let's give you all your points. Did everyone just get their points back, or did you guys get like bonus points? Oh yeah, you won like bonus points, didn't you? Yeah. Okay. Wait, no. You didn't win bonus points. You got time points too. That's what it was. So y'all got just a share of the pot. Brilliant. Next up, we have Isaac from The Binding of Isaac versus Echo the Dolphin. I'll show you guys both who you're voting on, and then we'll open up votes. So we've got HIJKH. What? There he is. Isaac versus Echo the Dolphin. Now, for those of you unaware, Isaac is a baby from the game The Binding of Isaac, known for killing many things. I am going to go ahead and open up voting while I continue to talk about this. Go ahead and get your votes out there. I'll go ahead and give you the overlay. Now, Isaac, baby, fights horrible, deformed things all the time. Echo the Dolphin, from the Sega Genesis game, is a dolphin who just kind of swims around, as far as I know. He does have one attack. It is a sonar ray. And I think that's it. He also, I think, sometimes charges. And that's it. So we have a baby versus a dolphin. Logically, if we're thinking in real life terms, the dolphin absolutely pieces a baby. Right? It's just a charge right into the soft spot. That's all that it takes. That's all that it takes, and it's game over, right? My bet would be on Echo. Looks like most people disagree with me. Most people disagree with me. Think that Isaac is going to cinch this one out. I have my apprehensions about that. I do not think that is going to happen in the slightest. That is never going to happen. Echo the Dolphin, going to absolutely destroy this. Let's get it started. Isaac gets a raft to stand on and move around on. Echo, below the map. It looks like Isaac might not actually have anything that he can use to attack Echo. Echo just swarming him. Oh my god. Echo just destroys Isaac. That's the fastest fight we've had so far. They're just absolutely hitting him with the basketball, just stun locking him. Isaac can do nothing but defend. He's just standing there, just bouncing that basketball off his little baby head. It's game over. That's the fastest time we've had so far. Echo the Dolphin is the winner. Clearly, you all haven't seen Blackfish, the documentary. Go ahead and take your points, Echo voters. We'll go ahead and give Echo his victory. Isaac, out of the game. Unfortunate that we don't get to see more of him. It seemed like he could have had a cool moveset. Next up, we have Kick Batowski versus the Demo Man from TF2. Kick Batowski coming from a, was it Disney TV show at one point that did not last for very long because it kind of sucked, honestly. But he's a daredevil, has done many daunting things, and is a child. Now, Demo Man, on the other hand, is a fully grown man with a grenade launcher and has fought in combat many times. I'm going to go ahead and open up voting. I think that I can tell where this is going to go, but what do I know? What do I know? We're going to go ahead and create that. Great. Kick Batowski with the first vote already. That's crazy. Demo Man getting no love thus far. Now, we don't know what Demo Man's arsenal is. That's the interesting thing. Kick Batowski, we have a pretty good idea of what he's going to be pulling. He has a skateboard. And that's pretty much it, honestly. Demo Man, on the other hand, could have a variety of weapons. Hundreds of weapons Demo Man has. We'll go ahead and let that timer kick down for a sec. I suppose everyone's already got their votes in, actually. I'm pretty sure here. So we can just get started. Let's kick her off.
Oh, I'm gonna beat you so hard.
Kick Batowski in the cat outfit to start with. Kick Batowski calling in a friend. I don't know who that friend is, but he's calling him in. Demo Man's running. He's afraid. Demo Man not firing anything. Just not attacking at all. Kick Batowski just spamming the same attack over and over again. Demoman closing the space on him. Demoman retreating back into the corner. Kick Batowski coming back in with the same attack. He's hitting him with some like Naruto finger jitsu thing going on there for a sec. Hits him with the loudest sound I've ever heard. Ow. Demoman still not gonna attack. It very well may be against his moral compass to attack a child. He might just sacrifice himself, quite frankly. Just spamming the same attack again. This is going to be a major upset if Kick Batowski pulls it off. Hits him with the loud ult again. I have no idea what that thing's supposed to be. It's over. It's over.
Round 2, fight.
Kick Batowski coming out strong, spamming off the same ability. We'll see if Demoman decides after his first loss to actually try and fight back. He is a man of honor, though. Who knows? He might just decide to sit it out for the rest of the time. Demoman dodges the attack. Just entirely evades it. Demoman asleep at the wheel, quite frankly. Just getting absolutely trampled on. KO from Kick Batowski. It's over. It's all over. Kick Batowski, beer belly and all, takes out the Demoman. Major upset. Major upset. No one could have seen that coming. We'll give Kick Batowski his win really quick and give you all your points. Kick Batowski eliminates Demoman. Up next, Mike Tyson, the notorious boxer, versus Otis from Barnyard. We'll go ahead and show you who we're fighting with. We'll get Mike Tyson and Otis from back at the Barnyard. Now, Otis is coming off the death of his father. Got eaten by coyotes, you know? He's mad. His dad taught him how to fight. Clearly not that well, though, because, you know, the coyotes got him. Mike Tyson, on the other hand, bites off ears. So there's that. Has cannibalistic tendencies. Betting is now open for either of these wonderful fighters. We got our first bet in on Mike Tyson, second bet in on Mike Tyson, and now we've got Otis with some points on him as well. I'm thinking that Mike Tyson probably takes this. Though people die to cows all the time. A lot of people think that cows are docile animals. There are more people that die to cows than sharks every year. A lot of people die to cows. Red Raider, why don't you want to see Otis again? What's wrong with Otis? His movie's fire. Get it started.
Don't mess with the Watersons.
Round 1, fight.
Why the water? What? Okay, Otis coming in with some corrupted Hadouken looking things coming out of his udder. That must be the milk. Mike Tyson just gets beast. Like, literally didn't even have a single chance to fight back. Mike Tyson goes down.
Fight.
Otis coming in again. You can't beat the purple milk. Mike Tyson once again just did not train for this. After his upset fighting one of the Paul brothers, I can never keep them apart. But it's just over. That's that. Otis might honestly take the record for the next fastest fight that we've seen thus far. Totally destroying Mike Tyson in a massive upset. So we've got Otis winning. Fighter B wins. Enjoy your points, everyone. Up next, we got Jeff the Killer versus Dave the Minion. Jeff the Killer, for those of you unaware. Old creepypasta. Spooky guy. Dave the Minion is a minion from the movie Minion. Or Despicable Me, I guess. Now, Jeff the Killer. I'm rather familiar with. That's my era. That is my upbringing. I was around when that happened. Let me go ahead and open up voting for these. Dave the Minion. I am not familiar with Minions because I was a little bit too old, quite frankly, for Dominions when they came out. Betting is now open. Go ahead and place your bets. Jeff the Killer. For those of you unfamiliar, the lore is like he jokered himself, I think. Gave himself like the Joker smile and then like got like lit on fire and poured in bleach or something like that. I don't know. Something like that. And then he like walked around and like killed people with a knife. Something like that. Yeah. It really wasn't that scary, but people back in the day freaked out about that. It was like people were more afraid of Jeff the Killer than Slenderman, and people freaked out about Slenderman back in the day. All right, it looks like we're 50-50 so far. If I was going to place my bets, I would, of course, you'd think Jeff the Killer, but you'd never know the upset potential of something like a Minion, because we have to remember that these are built by actual human beings. So someone could just think, haha, funny, I'm going to make an OP Minion. We don't know. Jeff the Killer logically going to be taking it away here, but we'll see. The Minion's got the purple colorway on. Jeff the Killer with his classic design. Minion teleporting across, gets stabbed in the head by Jeff the Killer. Just absolutely a beautiful display so far. Jeff the Killer dodging every attack, except for that one, the big teeth. This is our most even matchup so far, it would look like. Minion just cursed for some reason. Minion just keeps biting him and just spamming sounds. I don't know what's going on. There's two Minions on the screen. He invited Bob into play. And there's a second Dave, and there's the unicorn and teeth. Jeff the Killer getting absolutely destroyed? This is crazy. I would never have expected this. Jeff the Killer just getting bit? Now, here's the thing. If you know the Jeff the Killer lore, Jeff the Killer is always believed to be dead. But he always comes back. He's like a Jason Voorhees-esque situation. Jeff the Killer, not able to dodge the like lock-on mouth attack, quite frankly. Seems to be turning it around. Jeff gaining some tempo here. Just crazy air game compared to Dave the Minion. Just gonna keep spamming him with that bite. You know, if it works, it works. Let me go ahead and lower that game audio. Is that better? Dave the Minion just gonna keep using what's working. Jeff almost turns it around. But just does not. Jeff just has to get one more hit in. Jeff goes to round 3. This is anyone's game. Our first round 3, as a matter of fact. Let's see who breaks the tie. If Jeff can just stay mobile, his biggest issue is staying still. Now, Dave the Minion, on the other hand, can just keep spamming that bite ability, and Jeff 9 times out of 10 is going to fall for it. So quite frankly, Dave's best play here, use what works. There's no reason to not. Jeff has to figure out how to outplay it. Dave just running a train on him now. It seems like Jeff isn't going to be able to turn this one around, unfortunately. Loses the round. Dave takes the stock and wins it. GG, Jeff the Killer, out of the competition. Dave, the winner. We'll give Dave his point, give you all your points. Next up, Mario 64 versus Billy and Mandy. Let's see what that entails, shall we? We've got LMN. One of these days, I'm just going to memorize the alphabet. Where's Mario 64? Oh, he's all the way down here. That's strange. Super Mario 64. That makes more sense. Super Mario 64 versus Billy and Mandy. Now, Billy and Mandy, for those of you unacquainted, like friends with the Grim Reaper or something like that? Can't really remember. Mandy Like, absolutely just insane. Just crazy combat abilities out the wazoo. Super Mario 64, on the other hand, dude's taking down a dinosaur dragon. So, there's that. You know? Looks like all the bets are going to be on Super Mario 64 for today. Billy and Mandy. Guess we'll see. Going into round 2, once we see these first sets of fighters, we'll be able to make some more informed guesses because we'll have seen like who the broken people are in this situation, and who the broken people aren't. You know. Oh, that's weird. If you've been typing on YouTube, I just haven't seen that. I'm supposed to have like a ability to see both, and I just have not had the ability to see both apparently. So if you want me to see your message consistently, hop into Twitch chat. As far as if you're still here, what characters I have, a whole bunch of them is the answer. Now that we've got this contest timed out, let's go ahead and see how the fight plays out. Super Mario 64 versus Billy and Mandy. Billy and Mandy with an alternative colorway here. Bowser coming in, just Super Mario 64 half healthing them off one ability. Oh my goodness. The cart's coming through. I don't even know the counterplay to that. Mario just has too many abilities, it seems, for Billy and Mandy, just totally overwhelming them. Just running him over. Billy got the gums out. No teeth. Lost them all in the first explosion. And Billy and Mandy lose. Super Mario 64 taking away the win.
Round 2, fight.
Mario 64 once again with the first hit, coming in with the Bouncer attack again. It seems like if he just hits someone with 2 of those, it's over. I don't know why he doesn't do that more often. I guess he can come in with the carts and just make it a little bit more painful to endure. Quite frankly, push it off for a little bit longer, make him suffer a little bit more. You know the drill. Mario starts launching the bombs out, and then it's over. Billy and Mandy, not a single hit. Both round perfects for Mario. You hate to see it. Mario with the win. Go ahead and give out the points here. Perfect. Now, up next, we've got Osama bin Laden versus Jimmy Hopkins. For those of you unaware, Osama bin Laden, the leader of a bad group of people. Where is he? LMNO URSTUVW LMNO. Does anyone see him? P? Pink Panther, PewDiePie, Patrick, Otis. Alright, he's not loaded in, so he loses the match. Jimmy Hopkins moving on to the next round. And we don't get to see Osama. Or am I wrong? Was he on top? He was on top. Well, it's probably for the best, quite frankly. I'd probably have to edit out that part anyhow. Womp womp. Womp womp. Pink Panther versus Timmy Turner. Gonna be the next fight. We've got the Pink Panther from the hit TV show Pink Panther and Timmy Turner from Fairly Odd Parents going up against each other. They are both pink. Who's got the meaner pink? That sounds bad. Ignore the way that sounds. Both of them, very large amounts of ingenuity. The Pink Panther does not have to feel bad about attacking a child, though. This we have to keep in mind. Pink Panther does not have to feel bad about attacking a child because the Pink Panther is an animal. Timmy Turner, on the other hand, has two magical Fairly Odd Parents. Really could go either way, quite frankly. We never know. Go ahead and throw up the contest overlay here. Now, in a real world scenario, if we take the fairies away, which Timmy almost certainly is going to have, realistically, this should say Timmy Turner, Cosmo, and Wanda. But, you know, it is what it is. Realistically, Child versus Panther. Panther's going to take that every day of the week. It's going to be over. It's going to be over. Timmy Turner could be 30 if he wished to not age. That is true. That is true. Great, we are no longer accepting bets. I don't know why the contest timer is different, but that is A-okay. We are going to go ahead and get this thing started. Pink Panther actually on his black colorway here, and Timmy Turner is ginger for some reason. I don't think I've ever seen that before. They are... Okay, Pink Panther luxuriating in his intro sequence there. Gonna be spamming out the chainsaws. Really, just seeming like these ranged characters are gonna be taking it for a while. Until we get some of these ranged characters up against each other, I think it's gonna be GG for anyone going up against them, because the bots just don't seem to like to close that distance, or seem to be unable to entirely. Timmy Turner seems to be turning it around, finally getting some hits in on the Pink Panther, but unfortunately, his little child skull is just no match for the chainsaws. And the Pink Panther drives over his body on the way out. Pink Panther once again going to be hitting him with all those chainsaws. Felipe, that is very interesting. That's, that's weird. That might be why, yeah. Pink Panther comes away. Timmy Turner just absolutely destroyed by the Pink Panther. Ha ha ha, indeed. There we go. Pink Panther wins the fight, unfortunately, for our bettors here, which means that they will be losing some points. Pink Panther. Timmy Turner is out of the fight. Pink Panther wins. We'll go back to the contest here. We've got Master Shake against Untitled Goose. We're going to go ahead and start up the betting early this time, so we're not sitting around waiting. We've got Master Shake versus Untitled Goose. Master Shake from Aqua Teen Hunger Force. Untitled Goose from Untitled Goose Game. Now, Master Shake, notoriously, just not really a smart person, you know? Untitled Goose, on the other hand, very smart goose. I don't really know what you do in Untitled Goose Game, but I know that you solve puzzles. And I know that that is a very big part of it. The contest overlay seems to just be broken, quite frankly, so we won't be looking at that anymore. Brilliant. And we will go ahead and close this out for... goodness gracious. There we go. We'll go ahead and close this out. Get this fight started. For those of you who might be watching on YouTube, I highly encourage you to click on the link in the video description to hop into Twitch chat, so that we can, so that you can get in on the betting of the game. Untitled Goose coming out strongly against Master Shake, just absolutely piecing him thus far. Untitled Goose, just untouchable, quite frankly. Master Shake not able to get a hit in edgewise, just overwhelmed by the Goose. Goose once again just walking it all over him. This is just sad to watch, folks. Really, really sad to watch. Master Shake just completely overwhelmed by the Goose's abilities. Master Shake coming in with a little bit of an attempt to try to do something. Got the chainsaw on him, but the Goose just blocked the entire thing. Just absolutely crazy responses there. It seems like the Goose pulls out a French fry and then tries to attack Master Shake. This could be a taunt because he murdered Frylock. Seems like Master Shake's in trouble here. Just can't get anything out at all. Throws the TV over the Goose, but doesn't manage to land the hit. The lawnmower doesn't do anything against Untitled Goose either. Untitled Goose might actually just be invincible, quite frankly, because it does not seem like he is taking damage from any of Master Shake's attacks. So, yeah, Untitled Goose wins. That is unfortunate. That is unfortunate. We'll go ahead and give that win to Untitled Goose. And that concludes our first round of fights, folks. Now, going into the second round, we will still see some new characters, but we'll know, I think, almost one character in every single matchup, which means that you'll be able to make some more informed decisions, I guess. Like, we know CJ won the match, but in reality, CJ kind of sucked. So Blue might piece CJ. We don't know. We don't know. We haven't seen Blue's performance, right? But we have that little bit of information there. Now, that being said, once we get into round 3, we will have seen every single fighter in the matchup, and then we'll really be able to place some smart bets here. Let's get started, shall we? Going into round 2, we've got Freddy Krueger versus Elmer Fudd. Let's go ahead and take a look at who we're dealing with here. We've got Freddy Krueger versus Elmer Fudd. So when we look at these two, Elmer Fudd really just took it away last time. It just wasn't even close. I don't see a world where Freddy Krueger is able to hit him a single time with Elmer Fudd's gun going off the way that it does. We're going to go ahead and open up betting for this fight. If I was betting on this, I know who I'd be voting for, right? It just doesn't make sense that Freddy Krueger would come away from this walking, quite frankly. It seems like Elmer Fudd, in theory, could probably take the entire game. Beautiful. We'll wait one moment to get the rest of those votes in. Now, that being said, Elmer Fudd might have some troubles here. Freddy Krueger could take him into the dream realm and take away the gun. I don't think the game's that advanced, but in theory, it could happen. Let's go ahead and see, shall we? Take it away. Bugs Bunny once again getting blasted out of the match. Freddy Krueger able to dodge the first strike. Just absolutely trying to tech it to the best of his ability. Closes the distance but doesn't capitalize on it. Elmer Fudd only able to get one shot off at a time. This might actually be able to be turned around. Oh, Freddy Krueger gets a shot in. And wow. Okay, Elmer Fudd decides to stop playing around and hit him with the multi-cannon. You hate to see it. You hate to be a Freddy Krueger fan right now, because it just is not going his way one bit. Not one bit.
Round 2, fight.
And Elmer Fudd's just going to come out swinging this time. Freddy Krueger trying his best to block, but unless he can tech his way out of it, I just don't see any chance that he takes this away. Gets a hit off on Elmer Fudd, but isn't able to capitalize on it before Elmer Fudd rebounds and just starts spamming again. Quite frankly, if he keeps it up, Elmer Fudd could win off one ability the entire tournament. Because I don't know anyone thus far that we've seen who's able to outplay that. Just absolutely pieces Freddy Krueger, catches him on not blocking, and just takes the round. We'll go ahead and let him get his rush off. I guess he's going to be doing this for a minute. Okay, walks over his dead body. Elmer Fudd takes the point again. You hate to see it. Let's go ahead and get our Fudd going. Elmer Fudd with the point. Submit scores. Next up, we've got Anthony Padilla from Smosh versus Pikachu. We're going to go ahead and open up voting again so that we don't have to sit around and wait. Voting is now open. If you are familiar with these two, if you would like to see them, we've got Anthony Padilla. Smosh. Notorious for being... who was he against? Anthony Padilla versus... Huh? Pikachu. Yeah. There we go. Anthony Padilla, notorious for his food battles. Right? Pikachu, notorious for Pokemon battles. Which one is stronger? I do not know. We'll go ahead and get this kicked off here. Anthony versus Pikachu. Now, Anthony Padilla starting off a really strong YouTube career after Smosh that seems to be far more lucrative than what he ever did to begin with. Anthony Padilla able to get in the first few hits here. Pikachu with the counter. Can Anthony keep up the tempo on Pikachu when Pikachu moves that fast? Okay, Anthony Padilla hitting him with the Unicorn Power. Pikachu too short to be hit by the attack outside of the hitbox entirely. Anthony Padilla just comboing up, teeing off on the Pikachu. Pikachu is able to counter. Anthony Padilla really just getting pieced at the moment. It seems like Pikachu might be pulling this one back. Anthony Padilla losing a lot of health. Pikachu misses the ultimate. Anthony Padilla figures out his fireball move. Able to try to zone him off, but he's just too short. He's too short to be hit by the attacks. Pikachu comes back with the reversal. These two are neck and neck, folks. Your bet's as good as mine as to who might take this one away. Pikachu hitting him with some ults. Unicorn Power. Pikachu jumps into it. Oh, he just needs one last good hit on Pikachu. And it's over. Pikachu takes away Anthony takes away the round. Pikachu failed. Anyone's fight still, though. This was the fight ended last the matter of 1 or 2 points, quite frankly. Anthony once again coming away with a quick lead. Pikachu once again closing it. These two seem perfectly matched for each other. Anthony gonna go ahead and hit him with the ult once again. Pikachu jumps into it. Pikachu already beneath half health. Pikachu misses the ult. Anthony's still just gonna tee off on him. Pikachu trying to zone a little bit. But once again, Anthony Padilla uses the same ult again. Pikachu trying to gain a little bit of a lead. Anthony zoning him and hits him with the low combo. Anthony wins the round. Pikachu is done. Go ahead and give that point to Anthony. And give our points to our live studio audience. We'll go back. Next up, we've got Captain Planet versus Peter Griffin. We'll start voting now. If you want to see those people before you vote, we got Captain Planet, notorious children's TV show superhero who is an environmentalist. Peter Griffin, notorious father and drunk from Family Guy. Now, Peter is no superhero. Captain Planet, I don't know what Captain Planet actually does, but I'd have to place my bet on him over Peter Griffin. Peter Griffin, just not the most capable man in the world, quite frankly. Captain Planet, on the other hand, just look at him. Telling me that dude can't beat up that guy? It's gonna be over. Forget about it. Captain Planet versus Peter. Peter selecting his combo system. Captain Planet in the original colorway. Peter in a Simpsons colorway. Looking a little bit jaundiced today. All right, Peter, come on, get up. Come on. No. Okay, come on now. This is going to take a while.
Round 1.
Okay, there we go. And we're off. Peter hitting him with the tongue and the fart. Just absolutely tonguing him. Digging those two abilities. Captain Planet just can't get a word in edgewise in this fight. The flame fart's coming out. Man, Captain Planet probably just in shock. He's really offended by the methane, though. Able to hit him with a giant fire beam. Just can't get another hit off on Peter. Peter pulls out the mech suit. Just starts comboing the hell out of Captain Planet. Captain Planet goes down. You hate to see it. Now, if Captain Planet can get some tempo going, it seems like once Peter gets started, it's hard to come back from that. We just need to see Captain Planet getting a little bit of tempo, which he's doing. He needs to maintain it, though, but he seems to be getting zoned out. Just can't seem to get a word in edgewise. Peter got him in the corner. Captain Planet not able to tech his way out of it. Tries to slide in, gets knocked back out. Peter ults. Captain Planet ults. Captain Planet comes away with a little bit of damage on Peter, but it seems like this one's over, folks. Yeah, that's that. Captain Planet out of the tournament. Peter Griffin with the win. And wow, Captain Planet. Okay, we're gonna, yeah, okay, cool. Peter Griffin wins. Yay, everyone. Yeah, cool. Woo. Peter Griffin with the point. Now, next up, we have Tetris versus Solid Snake. Now, Solid Snake. We have Tetris. Solid Snake. As I was saying, Solid Snake, military combat veteran, and I think clone? I'm not too up to date on my Metal Gear Solid lore, but I believe he's a clone. Bred for combat. Tetris, on the other hand, just a big block. Betting is now open. If I was going to put my money on someone, I would probably say Tetris, because I don't really know what you could do to hurt it, quite frankly. It's just like 4 blocks, you know? What are you going to do? What are you going to do? How are you going to stop Tetris, right? My guess is the blocks are going to start falling. Solid Snake isn't going to know what to do, and he's going to get crushed. He's going to get absolutely overwhelmed, and it's going to be game over. Let's go ahead and get this fight started, see how things go.
Okay, let's go. There.
Round 1. Fight.
Solid Snake getting in with the first attack. Tetris swapping up pieces on him. Seems to be just too low for Solid Snake to hit, but Tetris doesn't seem to have any powerful attacks. Got him corner zoned. Can Snake get out of the corner? That's the question. That is the real question right there. Keeps rolling Solid Snake, just able to get in a few points. Solid Snake finally hitting him with some low attacks. Misses the bullet or sleep dart, but able to hit him with the grenades. Tetris, unfortunately having no distance, has to try to close the distance on him. Tetris comes away with the win.
Round 2. Fight.
Tetris once again coming in low. Solid Snake unable to really handle it. Once again, just gonna keep juggling him. No. Snake unable to hit him with his small hitbox. Tetris doesn't hit hard, but it seems like his size really is to his favor here. Solid Snake coming in with a few grenades, but it looks like Tetris goes down.
Round 3. Fight.
That's surprising. This could be anyone's game, folks. It depends on if Solid Snake's able to keep the zoning back there. And Tetris just doesn't want to move in for some reason. It seems like Solid Snake may be able to take it away. Snake getting a little bit ballsy here and wanting to move in on him, which seems like a real risk. He could keep the distance and not have to worry about getting any hits on himself at all. If he would have just kept zoning. But it seems like he wanted to go in for the BM. It seems to be going his way, but Tetris could turn it around at any point. Solid Snake comes in with the surprise upset.
Snake, your mission is to infiltrate, not to fight.
Solid Snake comes away as the winner. He will be moving on. Tetris will be leaving the fight. Unfortunate. Go ahead and give Snake the win here. Next up, we have Homestar Runner versus Duke Nukem. Homestar Runner coming from a niche webcomic you might not know. It was Tetris versus Snake, right? Yeah, there we go. Oh my good lord, I have to pee so bad all of a sudden, and I don't have access to a bathroom right now because there isn't one in my office. This is not good news, folks. This is bad, bad stuff. We might have to take a short intermission after this next fight. We will see. Hopefully not. Homestar Runner versus Duke Nukem. Homestar Runner being from a niche webcomic. I don't really know what his webcomic's about. I did watch Strong Bad back in the day, and he was a guest on Strong Bad. But beyond that, I don't really know much about the guy. Homestar Runner versus Duke Nukem, who we saw not being totally OP, not totally overpowered, but was able to win the last fight. The power of gun really seems to give him quite an advantage in most scenarios. We'll go ahead and kick this one off.
Round 1. Fight.
It seems like Homestar Runner actually breaks the game. Okay. Brilliant. With that being said, I have to run to the bathroom really quick. So you are going to be watching some bot fights that pop up, and you'll get some insider knowledge. I will be right back.
Round 1. Fight.
kid. I'm on my break. Do you mind?
Round one, fight.
Hey, stupid!
What sick man sends babies to
Round
fight
one,
me?
fight.
Nom, 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 nom,
Yeah? Well, you look like an
Round
asshole,
one,
so we eat.
fight. Round one, fight.
The giant enemy spider.
Round one, fight.
Coffee. Yeah. Seatbelt.
Oh, 1 sec. Goodness. I have to run to the grocery store in order to go pee right now. It's ridiculous. I'm back though. We're back. Great. Okay.
Round one.
That fight is once again null and void. Homestar Runner breaks the game, which means that Duke Nukem takes it away. We're going to go ahead and cancel the votes on that. Everyone gets their points back. We move it along here. Ian versus Crash Bandicoot. This is Ian from Smosh going up against Crash Bandicoot from the titular game Crash Bandicoot. Go ahead and take a look at Ian really quick. Now, we saw Ian's co-partner, Anthony, do pretty well for himself in his fight against Pikachu. It's Ian versus Crash Bandicoot. Crash Bandicoot, famous for the scene where he runs away from the boulder. I'm going to go ahead and open up votes here. Go ahead and get your votes in. Now, Crash Bandicoot looks like he's going to be a small character, which typically gives the character an advantage. But Ian might have a lot of low attacks. We just don't know. We haven't seen him fight yet. We haven't seen any of these either of these two people come to the table yet. So it's really anyone's guess how this might go. With that being said, let's go ahead and get this started. Let it roll.
Round one, fight.
Theodore Dent, if you're still here in the chat, go ahead and hop over into Twitch chat so that I can see your chats more often. I'm surprised I don't have more viewers too sometimes when I live stream, but given that I never live stream, I kind of think that has something to do with it. But, you know, it is what it is. I'm not too concerned about it. Crash Bandicoot. able to counter off against Ian. Neither one getting major gains on each other here. It seems pretty evenly matched up. Just a lot of jumping around, quite frankly. Ian just laying down on the ground. Crash Bandicoot waiting underground for him. Just absolutely tanks him. This is a really bad fight, folks. Once again, not getting a fight of the night bonus. I'd be surprised if either of these fighters get invited back next year. This is bad. Ian, once again, just doing the curl up on the ground situation. It doesn't seem like he really has any attacks on his belt. This is rough. Rough stuff. Crash Bandicoot not putting in anything much better, but is still able to get a few hits off on Ian at very least. Ian seems to just be getting absolutely pissed. Ian giving him 11 mangoes. Who knows what that does? Not me. Ian just staying in the corner, presenting. He's ready for Crash. He knows what's going to happen. Crash just decides to try to end it here. Time over. Crash wins the round.
Round 2.
Now, maybe Ian can fix his mental here and actually just get some points in here. I have my doubts, but it is possible. Ian once again just jumping around in the corner. Crash Bandicoot hits him with a crate. Ian just jumping around, running away. Really not making for the best fighter experience here. I am quite shocked. Quite shocked. This is rough. Ian just getting teed off on Crash Bandicoot, making him his lunch. Just playing with his food at this point. Crash Bandicoot tries for the ult, misses it. Ian just still unable to get anything going. Felipe, you're probably right. I probably should advertise a little bit more. I want to get like a consistent stream schedule going, like a day that I do every week. And I want to like, it just takes so much more effort, but I should have made like a promo teaser to throw in the video about this event and been like, yeah, this is what we're doing. This is the date and whatnot. I just need to get my shit together pretty much. But yeah, you're absolutely right. And yeah, I should mention the Discord more. I think we might start seeing some more viewers trickle in though, because it's starting to get past 5 o'clock Pacific time, which is when a lot of people will get off work in the States. So probably not a lot more, but probably get a few more viewers. All right, I go ahead and finishes off the match. Did I open betting? Yes, I did. Okay, so that was Ian versus Crash Bandicoot. Crash Bandicoot absolutely teed off on Ian. It just wasn't even close. Just not even close. Crash Bandicoot wins. We'll go ahead and give him his point here. Move him on to the next round. Germa versus Mickey Mouse. Notorious Germa 2988. I think that's his name at least. Notorious YouTuber. Where is he? There he is. Germa versus Mickey Mouse. Now, we've seen Mickey Mouse fight before. This is not our first time seeing Mickey. It is our first time seeing Germa. Who knows how Germa's going to fight? Someone could have made him really good. Someone could have made him really bad. We have no way of actually knowing. That being said, his ranged capacity is probably going to be pretty low, and Mickey Mouse's is pretty okay. So, you know, it's a toss-up, I'd say. Mickey Mouse didn't exactly seem super duper strong. Betting is now open for those of you who want to do so. And yeah, that's pretty much that. We'll go ahead and get this started. Germa versus Mickey Mouse. I think Germa takes it away.
Hello, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to episode 1 of Germacraft.
Germa comes in hot. absolutely cycles him into the air. Mickey Mouse coming in with the counter. Germa trying to regain the tempo, but it's pretty standstill now. Germa comes in with his Germa car. Sure. Mickey Mouse calling in former versions of himself. Starting to finally gain some tempo on Germa here. Germa counters him. Thank you, EXP was taken. Mickey Mouse finally starting to get in on Germa. Germa trying to build up his Omega meter. Turns into Jupiter, but can't seem to close it out. Mickey Mouse with the win. Now, Germa has the potential to win this. Germa, we've seen him actually gain some tempo. We've seen him hit hard. He just needs to close the distance on Mickey. He doesn't have the zoning that he needs to be able to fight from a distance. Germa has to try to close the distance, getting absolutely cycled by Mickey Mouse. Mickey Mouse just setting up some crazy combos on him. Germa just unable to do anything about it. Tries to go in, gets shoved back out. Absolutely punished for trying to get anything. Manages to counter Mickey Mouse's attack, but it's too late. Germa goes down. Germa out of this competition. Mickey Mouse moves on to round 3. Beautiful. We'll go ahead and give everyone their points. Next up, so you can start thinking about it, we have Ronald McDonald versus Garfield. Now, Ronald McDonald, I will say, absolutely busted in MUGEN from what I've heard. Haven't heard anything about Garfield. Never heard someone say something about Garfield in MUGEN. But I have heard, a little birdie told me, that Ronald McDonald is busted in it. Betting is now open. We'll go ahead and grab Garfield. We'll go ahead and grab Ronald McDonald. If I put these characters backwards, let me know. Because I think I might have. Did I? Yeah, I'll fix that. Unless people voted already. Felipe, were you trying to vote on Garfield or were you trying to vote on Ronald McDonald? Oh god. How do I fix this? Okay, you were trying to vote on Ronald McDonald. Okay, cool. And we'll keep our Garfield and... Where is he? I can't remember if he's D for Donald or R for Ronald. Clearly not D for Donald. That's Donald Duck. Must be R for Ronald. QRS. There's Colonel Sanders. Huh. Am I missing him? Does anyone else see Ronald McDonald in this roster? Alright, cool. We're going to then go ahead and let Garfield move on because Garfield's in here. Ronald McDonald must have broken in the config files. We'll go ahead and give everyone's points back. Ronald McDonald didn't make it to the competition. Where is my other browser? There we go. We'll go ahead and give everyone their points back. Cancel that. We will go back. Open up our next one. Blue versus CJ. Blue being from Foster's Home from Imaginary Friends. CJ once again being from GTA San Andreas. So we've got Blue and CJ. Betting is open once again for anyone wondering. Now, CJ didn't do very good. We talked about this not that long ago. CJ really didn't do awesome. He did win one. He did win one. But Blue could very well be actually one of those busted characters. We just don't know. We just don't know. And if Blue is even like a moderately talented character, CJ isn't going to stand a chance. This is just the fact of the matter here. We're going to go ahead and start up this round. Blue versus CJ. EXP was taken. If you type !points, it'll tell you your point total. You can get 100 for following, and then 100 every 5 minutes. All right, Blue coming in with the red colorway. CJ taking off some points already. Coming in with the big boxing glove, but it seems like these two are too afraid to actually make contact. Blue evening up the score. Able to start getting a little bit of a lead on CJ, it looks like. CJ hits him with the ult, though. No problem. CJ finally being able to pull it in on blue. CJ does't have any GTA specific attacks, it seems like. It seems like they might have took his just be a reskin of another fighter. But we'll see. We'll see.
Round 2, fight.
Seems like these two are going to be keeping some distance. Blue, in theory, if he closes the distance, might be able to make something of this, but CJ does have the zoning. He has the distance, he has the zoning, he has the range. If Blue stays back, I think that Blue just loses this. And I know that it's hard to close that distance. It's scary to try to get into that close range, especially when you know he has the kicks. But it's what you have to do. You have to meet him where your skill set is. If you don't have any range, you can't try to attack your range. It's just not going to work. Blue closing the distance finally starts to tie this up a little bit. I don't know what CJ just did, but it clearly did not work. Blue starts to gain a little bit of a lead again, but this could be a repeat of the last round for all that we know. CJ, Blue, no one's doing anything still. Blue going in. Finally starting to do a little bit of something here. Honestly, if Blue just keeps spamming that attack, that's all that it takes. Blue hitting him with a little bit of an ultimate, gonna be able to take away this round. Quite frankly, unexpected. I was not anticipating that. I was thinking that CJ after that first round was definitely gonna have it in, but CJ just wasn't zoning hard enough. He wasn't taking advantage of the distance that he had on Blue. Then Blue finally got wise, closed up the distance, and then at that point, the zoning's moot. Blue gonna stand in the corner for some reason, not gonna try to counter it. Able to get a few points off on CJ. CJ finally starts zoning again. Blue actually has a zoning ability that we hadn't seen yet. It's weak. Definitely more of a hand-to-hand fighter here. Blue able to pull out the ult. Absolutely nukes CJ's health bar. It looks like my prediction is going to be right, folks. Blue seems like he's going to be taking this one away, and he does. CJ is now out of the competition. Blue wins. Go ahead and give Blue his W, shall we? Brilliant. Points go to people who voted for A. Back to the contest. Next up, we have Kermit the Frog from the Muppets and Fanboy from Fanboy and Chum Chum. I'm going to go ahead and open up betting. If you want to bet on Kermit the Frog, it's exclamation mark bet A because he will be fighter A. The alternative is exclamation mark bet B. So we have Kermit the Frog versus Fanboy. Now, I would have to imagine that Kermit the Frog is the better designed fighter here. I'd have to imagine it. I don't see a world where Fanboy comes away here. But you never know. Crazier things have happened. Fanboy's pretty well animated. Fanboy's pretty well animated. For all that we know, Fanboy takes this. I'm going to go ahead and next it. We're going to see what goes on. Kermit and Fanboy both going to be in their opposite corners, just kind of jumping around at each other for a little bit here. Doesn't look like anyone's going to want to engage. I guess they're both warming up. They're both stretching. Kermit gets the first hit off. You wouldn't think it, but he did. Kermit knows one ability. Fanboy goes ahead and pulls out a second. Gonna be taking the lead here. Fanboy unable to really make anything happen here. Wow. These two definitely are not going to be taking fight of the night. This is brutal to watch. Now, if Kermit just is able to put in some more inputs, he could probably close this out. It seems like Fanboy doesn't really stand a chance here. Oh, Fanboy comes in. Fanboy hits heavier. Fanboy hits heavier than Kermit. That means that if he just presses a couple buttons every now and then, you know, could get something going. What's everyone been up to today? Oh, Kermit comes out with an ult. He's got the shoop to whoop. It's over. And it did nothing. Like, no damage. Oh.
Time over.
Sorry.
Kermit wins on time!
Round 2, fight.
Tag, you're it.
Looks like Fanboy's getting a tiny bit of a lead here. Finally starting to get some combos off.
Tag, you're it.
It seems like he's a little bit lost without Chum Chum there to support him. Chum Chum was always the leader in the show, in my opinion.
Tag, you're it.
Kermit once again hits him with the ult, but it does nothing once again. That is a terrible ability. He's going to do it again, and it's still going to do nothing. Maybe Fanboy just has crazy defense stats or crazy health. Who knows? It looks like on time alone, Kermit might win this one again if Fanboy's not able to pull anything off. Both of them too afraid to engage at this point. Don't know why, given that both of them hit for just about nothing. There's absolutely no reason to be afraid at this point.
Tag, you're it.
Kermit once again able to get another hit off. Wow. Oh, this is big. This is intense. And it looks like Kermit's going to be taking it away.
Time over.
Sorry.
Game over. You hate to see it. What a horrible fight. Horrible, horrible fight. Kermit's going to get absolutely dogged in the next round, but for now, he moves on. Fanboy's out of it. We'll go ahead and distribute the points as they ought to be. Then we'll move on to our next fight. Kermit was A. There we go. Shaggy versus Mordecai. Mordecai we have seen as a fighter. We know that he is pretty strong. Got a very diversified move set. If you're just joining me on YouTube, I highly encourage you to hop into the Twitch chat so that you can bet on these matches and get a chance at winning a channel membership. And also, it's just way more fun if you're betting along, quite frankly. It means that you actually got something in on this. Plus, you might be able to spend some of those points on some modifiers in a little bit. So we'll see how that goes. Up next, we have Shaggy versus Mordecai. I'm going to go ahead and open up betting now so we don't have to wait around too long. Shaggy, being from Scooby-Doo. At the time that this character was made, I believe that the meme was going around of, like, the nuclear Shaggy. That being said, Mordecai, on the other hand, has shown us that he has a well-diversified moveset, able to really hold his own and fight, and seems to maybe have an AI patch in there that's actually built to his character, so he's able to use his moves in ways that actually make sense. He's able to combo things, able to land his ultimate. Shaggy might have the same thing. We don't know, though. There's no certainty in any of this. Go. With all the bets in, we are going to go ahead and kick this off.
Like this place looks deserted.
Round 1, fight.
Shaggy has an interesting colorway. We're going to try our best to ignore that, I think. Because I don't know what to say about it. Very, very interesting. So far, getting absolutely dogged by Mordecai, though, quite frankly. Shaggy unable to really get any sort of momentum going on Mordecai, not able to land a single hit. Mordecai just comboing him might end this with a perfect round, quite frankly. Mordecai showing us the same sort of... Oh. And it's over. Mordecai coming in hot again. Can Shaggy get anything going for himself? That's the real question here. It doesn't seem like he's going to be able to. Mordecai's got crazy zoning capacity, just taking up so much of the screen with his attacks. Versus Shaggy, who really just doesn't seem to have much of an attack at all. He pulls out the giant Scooby snack, but other than that, it doesn't seem like he's got much to offer. Mordecai once again pulling out the Green Lantern ultimate. Shaggy going to hit him with the counter ult, which seems to be some sort of tornado strike. How much damage is this going to do? Takes away about a quarter of his health. Mordecai has the counter, though. Mordecai grabs him by the nose, swings him around, throws him onto the ground. This could still be anyone's fight, but it really does look like it's going to Mordecai. Mordecai being very balanced and very competitive. It'll be interesting to see how he does going up against some of the other fighters that are moving on, like Mickey Mouse or something like that. Against an Elmer Fudd, though, I have a strange feeling that Mordecai isn't going to be able to pull it out. And with that, Mordecai wins the fight against Shaggy. We'll go ahead and give Mordecai his win here. He will go on to the next round. Those Mordecai voters here will be winning the rest of the pot. We'll go back. Up next, we have Conker from Conker's Bad Fur Day versus Creeper from Minecraft. We're going to go ahead and open up voting early so that we aren't wasting any time here. We're going to then go back to the game and let you see who we're voting on here. So Conker from Notorious N64 game Conker's Bad Fur Day for and he's a squirrel by Rare Soft. Quite a good game, quite frankly. This kind of reminds me of a Batman fighting game I made in Scratch after during either junior high or high school. Only mine used like 3 images to show when an attack was chosen, and it was completely broken based on connecting color. Yeah, no, this sounds pretty similar to the situation that we've got going on here. Quite frankly, it's a lot of jumping around and a lot of It seems like if the AI doesn't have an AI patch, that they just kind of jump and button mash a little bit. It doesn't seem like they actually try to strategize at all. They just kind of random input and run with it, quite frankly. So, with the bets in, we are going to go ahead and get this fight started. Conker versus Creeper. My money is on Conker, but Creeper might be a dumb character that just kind of blows himself up and ends the fight. Who knows? Isn't that Mugen's fault? It's absolutely Mugen's fault. But Creeper wins the fight. As I said, Creeper might just be a dumb character that blows himself up. Oh wait, no, Conker won. Creeper blew himself up. Conker wins the fight, though.
Round 2, fight.
Creeper, once again. Who wins that? Creeper wins the fight, able to go in on Conker. Conker closed the distance, taking more damage. Conker's game plan here has to be trying to evade the Creeper.
Round 3, fight.
And Conker gets away. Is unable to seal the deal. Creeper wins the fight. Conker goes down. Creeper might be the only person that's able to stop Elmer Fudd that we've seen so far. Creeper will be going on to the next round. Fighter B wins. Those of you who voted Fighter B will be getting your pot. We'll go ahead and open up next. Vote for the Noid from Doodlebob. The Noid being a famous Domino's ad campaign talking about how they wouldn't ruin your pizza. Where is he? I know he's in here. I saw him earlier. Do you think it's under N or T? LMNOPQRST. Ah, there he is. The Noid versus Doodlebob. Doodlebob, we've seen fight. Doodlebob has a well fleshed out moveset. The Noid, we have not seen fight at all. Didn't someone, like, murder someone over the Noid? Didn't the... 1 second. Didn't the Noid The Chambly hostage incident on January 30th, 1989, Kenneth Lamar Noyd, a mentally ill man who believed that the Avoid the Noyd campaign was personally directed towards him and was antagonizing him, entered a Domino's restaurant in Chambly, Georgia, armed with a .357 Magnum. Noyd then held 2 employees hostage for over 5 hours. Yeah, so there was... That's why the Noid's not around anymore, is because this dude took a bunch of people hostage. And so we're not allowed to have the Noid no more. Anyways, moving on. We are going to go ahead and see the Noid versus Doodlebob. Who can close this one out? Anyone's guess. The Noid coming in incredibly loud. Really, really, actually quite annoying. If you're just joining us on YouTube, go ahead and click on the link in the description to join Twitch chat to get your chats on screen and to be able to bet along with matches for a chance to win a channel membership. It's more fun over on Twitch, I promise, but the viewing experience is better on YouTube. The Noid's starting to get off a combo on Doodlebob. Doodlebob almost half health at this point. Able to finally start getting some tempo. Doodlebob thrives on zoning, but it seems like the Noid knows how to close the distance. Doodlebob just needs to build himself in a little bit of space here to be able to get some of his abilities off, but the Noid's not going to let him. The Noid's got him in the corner. Doodlebob starts cycling back against him. The Doodlebob throws a wrench. The Noid able to counter. This is anyone's game, folks. Doodlebob hit him with the wrench, destroyed the Noid. It's over. The Noid goes down. Now, this does mean the Noid can bring it back. The Noid hits him with an ult. Doodlebob picks him up and throws him. Anyone's match, folks. This is so tight. The Noid closes the distance. Doodlebob able to shove him. Can he kick the Noid off? The Noid goes ahead and comes in head first, dives it. I don't know what he carries. Gonna be able to hit him with another ult, but misses. The Noid once again jumping on his head. Doodlebob needs to try to get some distance again. Able to even up the match. The Noid starts to maybe even gain a little bit of a lead here. The Noid goes in. Once again, he knows his distance. He knows his spacing that he needs. Doodlebob throws him against the side of the screen, draws an anime character. Doodlebob trying to get some of the zoning. He keeps trying to kick him, but he just can't get the Noid away. The Noid throwing some pizza, tries to go for the ground and pound, but it doesn't work. And it looks like Doodle will be the victor this time around. Doodlebob will be going on to the next round. The Noid is out of this competition. Give it to Doodlebob. Fighter B won. If you voted Fighter B, you're going to get your points right now. Go back to the contest, open it up. Next up, we have Cooking Mama versus Fat Albert. Cooking Mama being from the famous Cooking Mama video game series, while Fat Albert is from the famous TV show, Fat Albert. Where is Cooking Mama? There's Cooking Mama. Betting is open. For those of you who want to participate, Cooking Mama versus Fat Albert, who's up here. If I were to place bets on anyone, I would think Fat Albert gets this. He's a well-known MUGEN character. He has a skill set. I think he might even have an AI patch. Might play well. From what I know, Cooking Mama, I think, only has ranged attacks. That doesn't necessarily mean anything, though, because if Fat Albert's not able to get in on her, then those range attacks mean nothing. He just has to close the distance. That's all that it takes. He closes the distance, keeps it closed, then he's going to win the round. Can he do it? I don't know. Let's go ahead and find out. Cooking Mama crashed the game. So with that being said, Fat Albert goes on because Cooking Mama crashed the game. Let me go ahead and see if I can refund those points here. We're going to refund the points. There we go. Everyone gets their money back. Yay! Next up, we're going to have Bomberman versus Echo the Dolphin. If you weren't here for the Echo the Dolphin fight, Echo the Dolphin is disgusting. Echo the Dolphin absolutely mogs. There is no way that anyone except Echo the Dolphin's going to win this fight. Pretty much, just to give you that contextual knowledge, there is a chance Bomberman is somehow more broken, but I don't know how that's going to happen. We're going to go ahead and open up voting here for you. Give me 1 sec. There's a lot of tabs here. I need a third monitor. Going to go ahead and voting is open. Once again, A for Bomberman, B for Echo the Dolphin. Let's get her started. Bomberman, B. There he is. And then Echo the Dolphin, so that we can see both of these fighters from older games. There we go. I believe in bombing. You know, there is a chance. There's a chance. There's a chance. If you tried to make a bet but weren't able to, go ahead and try now, because the contest is open now. I would vote Echo, but, you know, to each their own. And with that, we'll go ahead and get started here. Anyone's match. We've seen upsets like Creeper. We don't know how these things play out yet.
Round 1. Fight.
Echo the Dolphin gonna be trying to get something on Bomberman. Bomberman's able to keep jumping to avoid it. Gonna be beaming him with the basketball. And Bomberman goes down. I've got to say, it was bold to bet against Echo. Yeah. That's a character from a game. Echo the Dolphin is a Sega Genesis game. Gonna be bouncing the basketball off his head again and just absolutely destroys him. That seems like there's about 5 Echo the Dolphins in there. I'm not entirely sure how that happened. On my end, that was so loud. Okay, so let's go ahead and give Echo the Dolphin her win? His win? I don't know. And those of you who voted for Fighter B, I need to close some of these tabs. Those of you who voted for Fighter B will be getting your points. Brilliant. We'll go ahead and open up voting for the next round. Next up, we have Steve Jobs versus PewDiePie. I don't think either of these people need any introduction. If you don't know who either of these people are, Steve Jobs, deceased CEO of Apple. PewDiePie, most sub to YouTuber at one point. Both of these white boys are going to be teeing off against each other. Who knows how this is going to go down? We haven't seen either of these fighters yet. Most of these rounds, we've seen at least one fighter of the two. Of these two, we've got nothing. No info. We'll go ahead and get it started. If I was to put money down, I'd say PewDiePie, probably. That is Homer Simpson. Oh. PewDiePie is going to get rid of Homer Simpson. Homer is still talking. Okay. Cool. Okay, naked Homer runs in. I don't know why PewDiePie is best friends with Homer Simpson. I don't understand the canon behind that. PewDiePie pulls out some guns, tries to shoot Steve Jobs. It does not work. Steve Jobs coming back from the grave just for this competition, actually. Seems like neither of these fighters are going to get major hits in. Steve Jobs able to land a drop kick on PewDiePie, but PewDiePie just kind of running a train on him a little bit. PewDiePie with the low kick, mid-punch. Oh, he's got the combo on him. Steve Jobs really just doesn't seem to be putting much into it. PewDiePie coming in with an ultimate, and he's going to take the round. Clinch it.
Alright, girls, take it easy now.
Martia comes in to say something.
Round 2. Fight.
PewDiePie once again just going to keep Steve Jobs on the corner. Steve Jobs unable to really get any sort of tempo going. Felipe, Steve Jobs has been dead for a very long time. Steve Jobs has been dead longer than I can remember. Steve Jobs died, I think, when I was like 5. Steve Jobs might have actually died before I was born. I don't know. How old is Steve? When did Steve Jobs die? PewDiePie just absolutely gonna destroy Steve Jobs here. Oh, I would have been. If he died in 08, then I was 7 probably. Steve Jobs' date of death. Oh, Steve Jobs died in 2011. What am I talking about? I was definitely alive when Steve Jobs died. I was 10 years old, as a matter of fact. All right, not Steve Jobs. PewDiePie takes the win on that one. Nice and easy. Fighter B, once again, there seems to be a little bit of a pattern here. Our strongest fighters seem to wind up on B. If we're betting just on casino odds, if this was Baccarat, one might think that you would you'd go A now. But that's not how statistics work. Okay, with that being said, we've got Gumball versus Kick Buttowski going off here. Gumball from the amazing world of Gumball. Kick Buttowski from Kick Buttowski. Both of these titular characters here. Gonna go ahead and open up voting. Let's see what we're thinking. Kick Buttowski, we have seen, did not have the strongest moveset. Actually just won the round by spamming one ability against someone who is weaker than him. And that seems to be the way that he got through it. If Gumball has any sort of going like movesets here, ability to use more than one ability, and the ability to block and counter, Kick Buttowski should go down. But it's anyone's guess. We'll go ahead and get it started and see. Gumball versus Kick Buttowski. Gumball in his green colorway. Kick Buttowski coming out with his spam ability. Gumball unable to get out of it. The Kick Buttowski ability only chipping away at his health, but seems to just be trapping him. Gumball misses his opportunity to go in, pulls out a rocket launcher, tries to get something off. Kick Buttowski blocks it entirely, takes no damage at all. Keeps hitting him with the same ability. Kick Buttowski finally gets a little bit of health off. Kick Buttowski hits him with the ear breaker. Kick Buttowski keeps getting him. Gumball tries to get something off on Kick Buttowski. Kick Buttowski blocks the entire thing. Once again, it seems like Kick Buttowski is going to be winning this round off of one spam ability alone. Even if Kick Buttowski goes on to the next round, I highly doubt that he'll be able to go much further than that. He's going to meet his maker. He just needs someone who's able to close the distance and then capitalize on it. Gumball having a great opportunity to do so right there. Just doesn't follow it up with an attack. Practically touching the dude, but just does nothing about it. Taking a pacifist approach to the whole thing, hoping that Kick Buttowski just stops attacking him, but it's not going to happen. Kick Buttowski still relying on that one ability. Gumball trying to get the rocket launcher out, but it never seems to really connect. I would swap up my strategy if I was Gumball, but it doesn't seem like he's going to. Able to catch him, but Kick Buttowski perfect defends all of them. And it seems like Kick Buttowski is going to close out this round. GG Gumball. It was nice knowing you, friend. And that means that we have Kick Buttowski going on to round 3. Those of you who bet Fighter B, you win again. We'll go ahead and get the next voting started for Angry Bird versus Sonic. That's just Angry Bird from Angry Birds and Sonic. Pat Jamma over on YouTube says, "Hi, I don't have much time to stick around, so I'm just here to say hi and thanks for the laughs." What? No meat? Who's responsible for this? Has become a mainstay in my household because of your video. I love to hear that. Hopefully I was able to catch you while you were still here and read that off. Brilliant. So we've got, who was it again? Angry Bird versus Sonic. The red Angry Bird and just Sonic the Hedgehog. We haven't seen either of these fighters either. Anyone's best bet as to who might take this one. We'll go ahead and get it started. It's a classic red versus blue matchup. Except he's green. Angry Bird coming in with the first hits here. Sonic unable to connect anything. Finally gets something off on him. Both of these two just seem to be kind of running around each other here. Angry Bird sets something up in the field. Who knows what's going to happen with it? Tries to get something off, but misses. Hits him with the special ability. Sonic just seems to be floundering here, quite frankly. I would have never guessed it went this way. I would have surely thought that that Sonic takes this, but Angry Bird seems to just be able to combo on him a little bit. I think that Sonic's issue just seems to be his lack of aggression. It doesn't seem like Sonic really goes in all that much or tries to tee off on him at all. Sonic misses the special by a mile. I don't know what he's doing. Every now and then he'll get one hit but not follow it up with more. And with that, Sonic goes down. He's going to have a really big uphill battle. Has there been a super crazy comeback in any of the fights? Not crazy within one round, but there's been like a round where one person won really hard and then the next round the other person won pretty hard. But nothing within the fight yet. Sonic able to finally tee off on Redbird a little bit. Get something going. Redbird baits him into a special ability there. Just absolutely pounding his little body into the ground. That's terrible. Sonic is just being made a laughingstock over here. I sure hope Amy isn't watching. I don't know any Sonic lore. I don't know if that's relevant at all. The only Sonic game I've ever owned is that one for the DS with like the like, how do I say this? Like the sexy bat, but I don't think the bat's sexy. But like it's like, yeah, I didn't think the bat was sexy, but the bat was like supposed to be sexy. One would be led to believe that the bat was supposed to be sexy, but I didn't find the bat sexy. I swear. Red Bird takes it away. Sonic just absolutely destroyed. That's terrible. That's terrible. What EXP was taking? You weren't thinking of the sexy bat Sonic? You haven't heard of that one? Angry Bird takes the match. We're gonna go ahead and hand out those points right now to the people who voted Fighter A for once. Finally picking up a win after a while. Gonna go ahead and open up voting for Nico Bellic versus Sackboy. Nico Bellic from GTA 4 or 5? No, 4. Yeah, no, the one in New York. The GTA in New York, that's 4, right? And then Sackboy from Little Big Planet. If I were to guess, Sackboy looks like a reskin of a different character. Nico Bellic looks like he might actually have a real moveset. But CJ was just a reskin. So I'm not sure that Nico is going to have unique moves. I know Rouge more from the Sonic X TV show. Is that the bat? Is that the bat name? Yeah, there's a game on the DS with the bat in it, I think. Nico is GTA 4. Okay, cool. So, all bets are in. I believe we'll go ahead and get this round started. Nico versus Sackboy.
You want me to finish you off? Round 1. Fight.
Roman might call Nico to go bowling and force him to forfeit the match. Maybe Roman will get called in. Who knows? Rouge is the bat? Okay, cool. Yeah, the one with Rouge. I played that one. That's the only one I ever owned. I was like I was a contrarian, so I thought Sonic was cooler than Mario because everyone thought that Mario was cooler than Sonic, despite the fact that I knew nothing about Sonic and had never played it before. I just didn't want to like the popular thing when I was a kid. Nico teeing off on Sackboy, but most of his abilities seem to go over Sackboy's head. If Sackboy just doesn't jump, I think he might actually stand a chance here. Though Nico does actually manage to have a unique moveset, Sackboy does seem to in fact be a reskin. No AI patch. Nico with crazy aggression, gonna be a massive zoning character whenever he goes up against someone who's actually tall enough to be hit by the bullets. But for right now, seems to only be able to hit Sackboy whenever Sackboy jumps. If you voted Nico, I'd be happy right about now. I don't see how Sackboy comes up with an upset.
You want me to
Crazier things have happened.
KO.
Sackboy goes down Nico with the first round win.
Round 2. Fight.
Nico getting first hit against Sackboy. Sackboy once again just going to be kind of jumping around over there. I'm not sure Sackboy's showed any sort of special move or initiative over here. Every now and then he comes in looking all angry, but that's about it. Nico BMing by trying to close the distance on Sackboy. Really trying to get into Sackboy's range and let Sackboy try to compete in the sweet spot for the character, but just not really teeing off with anything important. Sackboy once again just going to be getting taken down, manages to get something going, but isn't able to follow it up with anything. No combo coming out of it, just one solitary hit. And Nico just starts the spam again. Sackboy could just walk forward, but seems to only want to jump forward. I don't know what the idea behind that is. I've never played Sackboy, of course. So maybe there's a strat there, but I don't know.
You want me to finish you off?
TBF Nico fought in his country's war. He has a lot of combat experience. Have you ever played Little Big Planet 3? Sackboy has experience with guns, you know? Oh, that's weird. The emote shows up in the overlay, but on my like chat reader thing that I have, the emote doesn't show. That's strange. All right, Sackboy loses. Nico wins.
Hurt as badly as he looked.
Takes it away. That's right. Stay down. I don't think I've actually played 3, or if I did, it was just custom levels. I played 3 for the original Xbox. I bought it for the original Xbox, but I got confused whenever I'd play 3 because I don't remember ever like playing the story. Like, I feel like I never played the story of GTA 3 because I couldn't figure out how to because I was like 6 or something. Not 6, I was probably a little older than that, but I never never figured out how to like start the actual game portion of it. I just sandboxed it. So I know nothing about it. Do vaguely remember like a Crime Tycoon level online. That sounds cool. Stewie versus Jimmy Neutron will be our next match here. Stewie being the Family Guy boy genius and Jimmy Neutron being the OG. I guess Stewie was actually probably around sooner, but being the Sheldon Cooper of the two of them. We're going to go ahead and open up voting here. Completely coincidence, actually, that we got the two boy geniuses going up against each other. Kind of cool. Kind of cool that that's how it worked out. We're going to go ahead and open it up here. Stewie versus Jimmy Neutron. Stewie, Family Guy. Jimmy Neutron from hit TV show Jimmy Neutron. There he is. Voting's open. Feel free to vote. Its controls aged horribly. I played the OG GTA trilogy in 2017, and the other two games handled better. Yeah, that GTA 3, like, I don't ever hear anyone talking about it with nostalgia. Like, I don't know anyone who's like, that's the best one, you know? I think you can hear other people making arguments for the other games, like people saying San Andreas was the best, people saying 5 was the best, people saying 4 was the best. You never hear anyone talk about 3. I think that's because they were still figuring some stuff out. It did not feel good to play. Stewie versus Jimmy Neutron. Tee it up. Double-headed Stewie, Jimmy Neutron teleports in. It seems like it's the GBA sprite. Jimmy Neutron seems to be zoning just fine. Stewie trying to close the distance. Jimmy bitch slaps him back down. Just unable to, just denying him entirely. Stewie tries to pull out the gun to shoot Jimmy in the head, but it doesn't work. If Stewie actually got it in at some range, it might do something, but it doesn't seem to work. For some reason, Stewie has Shoryuken for some reason. It's strange. For some reason, Stewie taunts right there, despite being less than half health. Stewie pulls out the flamethrower. It makes more sense at this moment. Jimmy Neutron pulling out the sound gun or bubble gun, just comboing him, just has him entirely locked. That must be a special ability of some sort. Just needs one more hit off on Stewie and that ends it. I personally prefer 3 over Vice City, but I'm in the minority. I also got caught on a level and stopped playing Vice City for like a year. I haven't played Vice City, actually, funnily enough. So, I have no opinion. Vice City, I think, aesthetically looks better and cooler, but I believe that it probably isn't anything special gameplay-wise. Holy shit, Jimmy Neutron drifting on baby Stewie. Yeah, it seems like Stewie just doesn't stand a chance here, unless he's got some sort of special ability that he's going to be cooking up here with his meter. 5 is my favorite, but I think that's because it was kind of my game growing up. I think 4 and San Andreas are probably better games. I think 5 is like... San Andreas was cool for the time, but if you released San Andreas today, it wouldn't be that popular, I don't think, quite frankly. Like, I think 5 blows it out of the water. Like, you can't... If you take them in their time periods, San Andreas might have been better at the time compared to GTA in its prime. I mean, GTA 5 in its prime. But GTA 5 is just objectively, like, so good. Just such a good game. The only thing that I'll say about GTA 5 is that, like... The campaign doesn't feel easy, but the campaign feels kind of impossible to lose. You know, like, I feel like you can run through every mission and the AI will make sure that you win. As long as you don't get yourself just, like, insta-killed, you know? The only portions of GTA 5 that I felt like really depended on me were when I was driving. And that's really it. But it's still a really fun time to play, you know? Yeah, destroying stuff in GTA 5 is, like, I'd say half the fun of that game. Interesting. I think San Andreas is a much better hybrid of a narrative and fun gameplay, while 5 is almost too jokey and satirical. Yeah, I 100% agree. I like the narrative substantially more in San Andreas and the mood. I think if you remade San Andreas today to have like modern gameplay conventions and things like that, it would objectively be better than GTA 5, but I think the GTA 5 plays better. And so we get Jimmy Neutron completely taking it away. Anyone who voted on Fighter B is going to get their points. It seems like no one voted on Fighter B. That is unfortunate. You hate to see it. Up next, we have Courage the Cowardly Dog versus Otis the Cow, an animal matchup. We'll go ahead and open up voting for that right now. Otis being from Barnyard, if for those of you who are unaware and unaccustomed to it, we'll go ahead and launch the game up right now and get those two queued up. Courage, we have not seen fight. Otis, we have seen fight. Otis, ridiculously OP from what we've seen with his purple milk. Do I think GTA 6 will be good? I think GTA 6... Like, it has to be, right? Like, okay, I think it'll be good. I don't see how it lives up to the hype and expectation. Like, if it's able to live up to its hype, that's insane. Like, we're talking about the craziest game of all time if it lives up to the hype. So I think that what's going to happen probably is that people are going to... There are going to be people who shit on it either way because of how hyped up it is. But then again, Red Dead Redemption 2, people felt the same way, and it didn't really play out that way. People loved Red Dead Redemption 2. I think Rockstar does well, usually with launches. Okay, Otis coming in with purple milk once again. Courage, unable to close the distance, isn't blocking it at all, is just eating the purple milk. I think that GTA 6 will probably almost certainly be good. There are some crazy administrative changes at Rockstar, like EXP was taken as saying. But I have a hard time believing that Rockstar will put out a bad game. I think for first party releases, Rockstar is very trustworthy. It's when they're re-releasing old games is the problem. Yeah, exactly. And I think that that's largely because when Rockstar does that, is they're just licensing out for a money grab, versus when they're actually involved in the development, they seem to, when their own studios are doing it, it seems to always go well. They seem to know how to take the time that it takes, and they aren't afraid of delaying as much as other publishers who will just be like, no, it needs to come out. Wow, while I was talking, Otis absolutely just destroyed Courage the Cowardly Dog. There was just not a chance here. Cool. We'll go ahead and give everyone their points. For those of you who voted on B, which is everyone, take your points back. Next up is going to be Pinkie Pie versus Shrek. Pinkie Pie being from My Little Pony, and Shrek being from Shrek. Betting is now live for that. We'll go ahead and get them open here. If you want to see them, feel free to wait just a moment. If you know these characters and feel like you want to vote on them, go ahead. We haven't seen Pinkie Pie or Shrek yet, so we have no way of knowing how this might go. If I were to put my money down, my guess is someone like really into MLP made Pinkie Pie, which either means that she's really balanced or really broken. And it's probably not somewhere in between. Whereas Shrek, whoever made Shrek probably doesn't care about Shrek, you know, like they just did it for the meme, which lends it to either not having an AI patch, which means the character's just gonna kind of run around probably and not do anything, like we saw with Kermit and Fanboy, or it's gonna be absolutely busted, and even if it doesn't have an AI patch, it just doesn't matter. My bet, I think the safe bet is Pinkie Pie. I think that the risky bet that very well could pay off is Shrek. It just really depends on how broken they made Shrek, quite frankly. Pinkie Pie with the blonde colorway seems to have an AI patch for sure. Just comboing off on Shrek. Shrek seems to not be able to do really much of anything about it. Just goes absolutely crazy on Shrek. Combos him into the air. Crazy air game coming from a horse. Pulls out the cannon, fires away on Shrek. Shrek tries to throw a rock, but just... How did Pinkie Pie teleport across the map? Oh god. Jump scare. Pinkie Pie once again teeing off against Shrek. Shrek not fighting back. That's the scary thing. Shrek just seems to be unable to hit anything. That was a 33 hit combo. A 33 hit rush right there. Gonna just keep him up in the air for as long as possible. 21, 23 hit rush. Amazing combo. Perfect. Perfect round. Pinkie Pie just able to keep the agility going there. Hitting him with the wombo combos left and right there. Shrek goes down. Shrek is out of this competition. Pinkie Pie wins. Those of you who voted A, get your points. And unfortunately, those of you who voted B, you lose them. All right. So, I'm going to go ahead and switch over to the newsroom here for a sec. As we can see, wow, this is not what I expected the layout of the newsroom to look like right now. There's supposed to be a TV right about here that this roster's on. Let me see if I can do something about that. There's not. It's fine. Well, yeah, there is. Here, one sec. If I go... Yeah, there we go. As you can see, we are entering round 3 now. We've got a few more brackets to go, but we are well over halfway through the event here. We have 32... Oh, wait. We're not done with round 3 yet. I didn't scroll down. I mean, we're not on to round 3 yet. I didn't scroll down. We've got a little bit more of round 2 to go. And then after that, it should really speed up because we'll just have some broken characters here. We'll go ahead and go back to the broadcast room here. And we'll queue up Donald Duck versus Dave the Minion. Go ahead and copy this in. Feel free to vote. Donald Duck versus Dave the Minion. Dave the Minion, we have seen. Donald Duck, we have not. Donald Duck coming from the Mickey Mouse cartoons. And Dave the Minion, we know, kind of just broken from what we've seen. If I were to put my money on anyone, it'd be Dave the Minion. I can tell you that much. He took down Jeff the Killer, who's notoriously a strong Mugen character. All right, and with our votes in, 1 second, I'm going to make sure I haven't missed anything over on YouTube chat because it doesn't seem to want to tell me when people talk in there. If you're over on YouTube right now, I highly encourage you to hop on over into the Twitch chat. Go ahead and give me a follow for 100 free points. So that you can bet along to the matches. You don't have to chat with me if you don't want to. I know that YouTube's full of lurkers and that you're probably just chilling out there. But you can bet along with the matches, try to beat everyone else, and win a channel membership at the end of the night. With that being said, let's go ahead and get started. Donald Duck versus Dave the Minion. Let's kick it off. Why does Donald Duck look like that?
Round one. Fight.
All right, Donald Duck trying to tee off on Dave the Minion. Dave the Minion blocks it all, is able to counter it into him. Donald Duck hitting him with the emote for some reason. Dave the Minion hitting him with the Dave the Minion special. Dave the Minion pulls out a chainsaw, which we didn't see in the last fight. He's clearly been training. Donald Duck cursing him out, clearly mad. He's going to hit him with the cheap bite move. Now, we know that Dave the Minion can pretty much just roll the bite for as long as possible and probably win the match. That it's really hard to tech out of the bite. The bite has a really wide hitbox, and if you're not able to jump out of it, if you're midair when it casts, you're just kind of over. Dave the Minion using the bite ability again. He learned his lesson. He needs to just finish it off here. Dave the Minion finishes it off with barely a scratch.
Round two. Fight.
Dave the Minion coming in again, just spamming his bite ability. He knows now. Donald Duck unable to really gain any ground on him. I don't know what Donald Duck's play is here, because Dave the Minion's really good up close. Dave the Minion also has an infinite range ability that's hard to dodge. I think Donald Duck just doesn't have the power needed to really do anything about it. I don't know why Dave the Minion curses. That's pretty dope, though. Dave the Minion gonna keep spamming the bite emote. And is this it for Donald? Oh, Donald survives by a sliver? No. It's over. Donald Duck is out of the competition. Mickey Mouse, I think the final Disney character in it, because Minions aren't Disney, right? Minions are, DreamWorks, yeah? Cursing is an important part of his psychological strategy. It sure is. It really throws everyone off guard when the Minion starts dropping the fuck bombs. Dave the Minion takes it away. Gonna go ahead and give him his points there and give you all your points. Everyone's a winner tonight. Everyone voted B. We're gonna go ahead and queue up the next voting session for Freddy Fazbear from Five Nights at Freddy's versus Chomper from what's it called? Plants vs. Zombies. Chomper from Plants vs. Zombies coming in. Rat Raider, if you're still there and I'm on your second monitor, you'll want to hop over here. Who did I say was the first one? Freddy Fazbear. Yeah. Okay. Now, I know nothing about either of these games, quite frankly. My guess is I doubt that Chomper is like a solid pick here. Did I open up betting? Yeah, I opened up betting. We're chilling. Cool. We're going to go ahead and check this one out. Freddy Fazbear clearly looking like he has a little bit more effort put into him than Chomper. Chomper just looks like a PNG, quite frankly. Freddy Fazbear hitting him with the pizza. Chomper just sort of standing there. A new challenger has appeared. Oh, God. Freddy Fazbear calling in some assistance. Chomper, I'm not sure has even a single ability, quite frankly. As a viewer request, Rat Raider, I'm disappointed in you. Freddy Fazbear just teeing off on him, realizes that Chomper can't do anything about it. Oh, Chomper got one hit off. He could pull it back. It's best that way, not gonna lie. Following FNAF lore was fine for the first 7 or so games, but they really insist on keeping everything connected instead of isolating the stories. Yeah, it seems like I've seen, like, sections of like Ludwig made a video where he tried to become an expert on FNAF lore or whatever in like an hour or something like that, and I second monitored that at one point. It seems like it's just way too complicated, and then they have to try to like retcon. I don't know if that's the real term for that. I'm not into like lore stuff, quite frankly. Is retcon like when you try to like make adjustments to past lore through current lore? Like it seems like they have to do that a lot for it and say like, oh yeah, and this thing that we never mentioned actually happened back in the day, and like kind of adjust that way. Maybe I'm wrong. I think there's only one major retcon, but I don't know for sure. Yeah, like I said, I definitely could be wrong. Retcon is kind of like take back something you said. Okay, then I'm probably using that term incorrectly. Go with my description of what I said rather than that word. Cool. We're gonna go ahead and give this to Freddy Fazbear. Submit scores, easy peasy. Gonna go ahead and give those of you who voted on Freddy Fazbear your points. Those of you who didn't, sorry, that sucks. Next up, we have the Heavy versus Mario 64. The Heavy from TF2. Mario 64 from Mario 64. Mario 64, we know, very broken. We know he's very strong. Doesn't necessarily seem OP. Doesn't necessarily seem overpowered. But is very strong, has a very strong move set and move cycling. The Heavy versus Mario 64, for those of you who want to see it. Bets are open if you want to place a bet. I mean, FNAF Noir is just a bit cryptid. You have to do a lot of stuff to even find hints. Yeah. No, I think that, like, if you're trying to get into FNAF lore, I feel like you definitely have to go through some wikis or, like, have some dude on YouTube explain it to you. Like, if you're trying to figure that out all on your own through, like, playing the games, I think that that's literally impossible. I'm not sure you'd ever find everything. Cool. With all of our bets in, we're going to go ahead and kick off this next round. Heavy versus Super Mario 64.
What sick man sends babies to
Mario 64 coming out swinging hot with his main move that he usually comes out with, and he doubles it up just to end the round right there. This past time, he must be afraid of the Heavy, because in the last fight, we only saw him bring that out as an entrance, and then he'd swap over to Mario Kart. But now it seems like he's worried. He's just going to keep using what works. He's going to keep using his strong abilities. For some reason, Link from Ocarina of Time comes out too. Then we get the Mario Kart coming out. Can Heavy counter this somehow? He tries to launch the sandwich, but it doesn't work. He doesn't gain the health. Mario starts launching out bombs, just absolutely comboing them. This is anyone's fight still, though, folks. Heavy just needs to gain a little bit of tempo, but it doesn't seem like he's going to be able to. He just keeps getting locked. Come on, Heavy. You gotta come back. And it plays out as I suspected. Mario 64 takes it away with the win. We have Mario his point. Give it to all of you who voted on Fighter B. And we'll start our next voting round. Now we have Sonic.exe versus Q*bert. These two are both... I don't know if Sonic.exe is obscure anymore. Back in the day, it was pretty obscure. Creepypasta Sonic versus arcade character Q*bert. Now, Sonic.exe, notorious creepypasta about a ROM-hacked version of Sonic, where Sonic is like Satan or something like that. Maybe after this, maybe between round 2 and round 3, we'll have to read Jeff the Killer and Sonic.exe. I think that they're short. Wait, there might not actually be a written story for Sonic.exe. It might actually just be the exe, which we won't play, quite frankly. Q*bert, on the other hand, popular arcade character from back in the day. His game, kind of fun. It's fine. Doesn't hold up that well, but you could kill like 20. Jeff the Killer used to scare me so bad as a kid. I used to read that and go like crying to my mom about it. And Candle Cove. Candle Cove was the one that really got me messed up as a kid. And then I saw like some fan edit of Candle Cove as a kid on YouTube, and I was convinced that I saw like the haunted Candle Cove tape and that the guy was gonna snap my neck or whatever. So dumb. I need to try to find that video. Actually, one sec. Can we Candle Cove video? No, they don't have it. They don't have the old one. Oh, no, yeah, they don't have it. Dang. Maybe I'll find that and I'll throw it in the video description once I make this into a thing. I still usually jump if I see his face in a thumbnail. You might have actual PTSD from Jump the Killer. I was looking at creepypastas one day and someone with someone and and what oh my goodness. I was looking at creepypastas one day with someone and when they looked up Smile Dog, the computer crashed. That's pretty scary. I wouldn't look up creepypastas for the rest of the night after that. A lot of creepypastas scared me. Slenderman, Slendy Tubby, yeah. Slenderman didn't get me, I don't think, but I knew a lot of kids in middle school who were like tried to summon Slenderman and things like that. It was really bad. There was that one girl who got like stabbed a bunch of times by her friends because they like Slenderman told them to or whatever, and they went to jail. Okay. Anyways, sorry to kill the vibe like that. We're gonna check out Sonic.exe versus Cuber. Let's go. Woo! Cubert could be really strong here because like for someone to make a Cubert character, they have to really like Cubert. Sonic.exe more popular than Cubert nowadays. Oh goodness. Sonic.exe has more range. Cubert comes out with a projectile. I don't remember Cubert ever having projectiles, but apparently he does. He also has the Mac loading wheel. Cubert trying to keep range on Sonic.exe somehow manages to keep landing these blocks. I don't know how he's doing it. Cubert launching the blocks. Cubert hitting Sonic.exe with some crazy abilities here. Now, if Sonic.exe just was able to close the distance here, he might be able to get something off on Cubert. Cubert, oh my goodness, that's a crazy ability. Cubert seems strong, don't get me wrong. Never mind, Sonic.exe loses, actually. He just got absolutely tossed by Cubert. That's crazy. Cubert's most notable trait is either being the partner of that dude from Pixels 2015 after they turned into a very attractive woman. I've never seen Pixels. I have no idea what you're talking about. That sounds crazy. It sounds like they were grasping at straws a little bit to try to put that movie together, maybe. Cubert teeing off on Sonic, but Sonic blocks the whole thing, takes almost no damage. Sonic.exe. Cubert still just juggling Sonic.exe. Sonic.exe only showing off one ability, really, and it's the red haze. Cubert calling him profanities. Got him locked in the corner here. Finally gets something off on Cubert. Cubert hits it with a crazy closer, though. Oh, no, Sonic.exe hangs in there for a moment. Hard to believe that he can turn it around, but it is possible. It's anyone's game still. And Cubert closes it out with the pillars. Kevin James is the president in Pixels? I don't think I need to watch Pixels. I don't think that's a must-watch movie based on what I've heard thus far. Okay, cool. If you voted on Cubert, you won. No one voted on Cubert, though. You all lose. Sorry to tell you. We'll go ahead and report Cubert scores. There we go. Next up, we have Homer Simpson versus Jimmy Hopkins. Homer Simpson, the dad from the Simpsons family. Jimmy Hopkins, if you are unaware, is the bully from the game Bully. Most people probably don't know that off the top of their head. Jeff, Germa, Jimmy. Jimmy Hopkins versus Homer Simpson. Voting is open if you would like to vote. Homer Simpson probably has the moveset from the Simpsons arcade game, which probably goes to his favor. Jimmy Hopkins, on the other hand, probably just a reskin, but could have some unique abilities. There's a lot of fun things that you can do in Bully that very well could have made its way into the game. No telling, but it's definitely possible. Definitely possible. I'm going to check YouTube chat really quick and then we'll get started here. Make sure I didn't miss anything. And we're chilling over in YouTube land. Give me the fight.
I can take you, tough guy.
Homer Simpson flying in his Peter Griffin outfit. Peter wore the Homer outfit. Homer wearing the Peter outfit. Homer has experience assaulting minors. He assaults his son every episode. He tweaks out for a sec. Seems like he's gonna... Oh, he bites Jimmy Hopkins. Jimmy Hopkins pulls out a pipe, tries to fight back. Hits him with the donuts. Zoning Jimmy Hopkins. Jimmy Hopkins really short for some reason. Homer crawls towards him. Freaky guy that he is. Starts strangling him like Bart. Gets mad. Bites him again. Drinks the Duff beer. Powers up. Did he just roll... Who's the rich dude in The Simpsons? He behead him and roll him? Jimmy Hopkins is getting absolutely tossed around right now in the corner. Just doesn't seem to really stand much of a chance. Yeah, Mr. Burns. Did he just behead Mr. Burns and then roll his skull at Jimmy Hopkins to finish the fight? Homer Simpson every now and then just does the tweaker twist over there. Finishes out the round. That one's perfect. Who's this dude in the background? Homer Simpson wins. Honestly, kind of surprising. I would not have expected Homer's showing to be that strong. But he takes it. If you voted Fighter A, you won. We'll go ahead and open up voting for the next round. Cuphead versus Popeye, which actually, shockingly thematically similar. Cuphead from the popular game Cuphead, Popeye from the popular cartoon, arcade game, and comic strip Popeye the Sailor. Anyone's guess as to who could take it away here. Popeye, really strong if he eats his spinach. I don't know if he's coming in spinached up or if he has to use that as a special ability or not. Cuphead, on the other hand, kind of strong all around. Used to taking down other cartoon characters. We'll see how this goes. Let's check it out. Oh no, Popeye breaks the game, which means that Cuphead moves on. Go ahead and let Cuphead get his victory there, and we will go ahead and give it to everyone voted Fighter A, so I'll just let you guys take the W on that one. Next up, we have Bugs Bunny versus Pink Panther. These two coming from very similar worlds, but slightly different. One Hanna-Barbera, one coming from Warner Brothers. Was it Pink Panther versus Bugs Bunny? Yeah, no, Bugs Bunny versus Pink Panther. If you want Bugs Bunny, vote Fighter A. If you want Pink Panther, vote Fighter B. If you want to see both of the fighters first, let me know. Wait, voting isn't open yet. Now it's open. Feel free to vote. Pink Panther, we know, has a crazy chainsaw spam ability. Bugs Bunny, we have not seen yet. Bugs Bunny very well could be broken. We know Elmer Fudd sure is. Okay, both of these guys have zoning potential. Bugs Bunny with a lot of ranged abilities. Pink Panther seems to be able to send him out a little bit quicker, though. seems to be able to have the strat down a little bit more pat. And they hit harder than Bugs Bunny's. It seems like Bug Bunny honestly just going to be over on this fight. Yeah, that's it. That's game. Pink Panther seems like he's going to be going to the next round of the fights. I don't think he can take the whole thing. He doesn't have that strong of a showing. But for people who can't either out-damage him in zoning abilities or close that distance and be able to really get combos going on him, it seems like he just wins. Bugs Bunny having a better showing this time, able to get off a short combo there, but doesn't follow it up with anything. Why does Bugs Bunny have a turtle also? Do we know? Bugs Bunny taunting and for no reason gonna be finished off with a BM. Oh, Bugs Bunny counters the special, but it doesn't matter. Yeah, maybe it is the tortoise and the hare. Maybe that's the connection there. Pink Panther takes the game. We go ahead and give him his point. We'll give everyone who voted B points, which is everyone. We'll go back to the contest. Copy it. We'll start our next voting between Colonel Sanders and Fred Flintstone. Colonel Sanders, if you are unaware, being the mascot of KFC, and Fred Flintstone being Fred Flintstone from the Flintstones. Colonel Sanders, notorious MUGEN character, usually paired off against Ronald McDonald. Ronald McDonald didn't make it into the game this time around for some reason, even though I put him in. So he was DQ'd earlier in the game. Fred Flintstone, we haven't seen the showing of either of these people. It's anyone's game, folks. Go ahead and get your votes in, and we're going to go ahead and get this started. My money's on Colonel Sanders thus far. Seems to be able to land some combos on him, getting the chicken nugget in there. Fred Flintstone getting air teched non-stop. Yeah, it seems like Fred Flintstone's not going to be able to make it out of the corner. Colonel Sanders just keep hitting him with the same cycle. Going to be able to get off his special ability. This isn't looking good for Fred Flintstone at all. The real question is if this is dating sim Colonel Sanders or Hallmark movie Colonel Sanders. There's a Hallmark movie about Colonel Sanders? That's crazy. What's that called? Looks like an anime Colonel Sanders. Yeah, it's Crunchyroll Colonel Sanders, actually. Fred Flintstone still unable to get a head off. Pulls out the club but misses it. He shows him the drumstick though. Hits him with his own club. It's game over for Fred Flintstone. I'm sorry if you voted B, but it looks like you're going to get some points lost here. Pulls out the dinosaur and just gets tossed. Hits him with the slam. It's done. Mario Lopez plays Colonel Sanders? Why? Who asked for that? What lonely housewife was like, I need a movie about Colonel Sanders with Mark Lopez in it? My grandma watches Hallmark movies. Wonder if she's seen the Colonel Sanders one. All right, next up, we have SpongeBob versus Untitled Goose. We'll go ahead and open up voting on that. Untitled Goose, before unable to take any damage, very well may actually just be an invincible character. We don't know. Could be. Could be. SpongeBob might have the kit needed, though, to counter it. Who knows? Not me. We don't know. I'm going to go ahead and check YouTube chat one more time since my multi-chat is broken. Make sure no one over there is trying to talk to me. No one is. Cool. You love to see it. Next up, random stage. Let's check it out.
Are you ready, kids? I can't hear you.
Untitled Goose charging up his special meter ahead of time. Seems to be cheating, but we have no way of punishing him whatsoever. Untitled Goose, once again, not taking any damage, coming out with some combos. SpongeBob seems to have a fleshed out moveset, but just unable to land any of it on him. Bubble goes through Untitled Goose. Untitled Goose takes no damage. Just seems to be completely invincible, quite frankly. We might have to disqualify Untitled Goose from the game if this sort of behavior keeps up. He charges up his special meter without doing anything, and seems to have done something to take no damage. After this fight, we'll have to host a vote to see if Untitled Goose keeps going. Untitled Goose not taking any damage from any of SpongeBob's abilities, even though SpongeBob does seem to be getting some pretty clean counters. The health bar for Untitled Goose doesn't go down at all. SpongeBob just seems to be dodging everything now, though. Seems to be learning. He calls out Mr. Krabs for help, but Mr. Krabs just gets countered. It seems like SpongeBob's the more skilled fighter here, but the Goose just doesn't take any damage, so he's able to just kind of mess around the map long enough to land enough damage to kill SpongeBob. But SpongeBob definitely the more talented fighter here. SpongeBob goes down. Not surprising based on the performance. Now the real question is, should we ban Untitled Goose from the game? Not only for using invincibility, we might be able to admit that, but he charged up his super meter before the match even started. And to me, that sounds like cheating. That sounds like cheating to me. With that being said, I think, yeah, that's 2 complete matches of no damage. I think we're going to let SpongeBob move on a technicality, but everyone still wins their bets. Because he did win. He just cheated. And you didn't vote on if he was going to cheat. You voted on if he was going to win. And he did. All right, up next we have Pope Benedict versus Michael Jackson. 2 people who probably weren't huge fans of each other back when they were alive. We're going to go ahead and open up voting here. Pope Benedict being the Pope at one point. I don't know how long ago that was. He looked scary, though, back in the day. I'll tell you that much. Pope Benedict. Michael Jackson with the moveset from Michael Jackson Moonwalker for the Sega Genesis. Oh, God, I started the match. Get your votes in. Fat fingered the start. It seems like Pope Benedict almost has a Castlevania moveset. Actually seems to just have entirely a Castlevania moveset. Michael Jackson not able to get close enough to him. Seems to just be zoning him out. Michael Jackson not able to get close enough to do anything. He's dancing over there, though, I'll tell you what. Pope Benedict launching some more balls. And it's GG. Pope Benedict going in for round 2. Michael Jackson needs to close the distance. He needs to close the distance early at that, but he doesn't seem like he's going to be able to. Seems like Michael Jackson's going to be running away into the corner, and there's nothing that we can do about that. Michael Jackson just getting steamrolled. If you voted Pope Benedict, you should be really happy right about now. I probably would have voted the same. The Pope is too strong. He's like Emperor Palpatine. What does that mean? What does that mean? All right. If you voted A, you won. Pope Benedict gonna be taking the W. And now we're at just about our halftime. 32 matches down. Little bit more than that to go, but they'll start going faster and faster because the characters are more and more broken. We won't have more of those matches where everyone's just jumping around doing nothing. Now that we're at the entrance to round 3, we have 2 special rounds. I'm going to write them down. No, that's dumb. Type 1 if you want the first special round to happen. Type 2 if you want the second special round to happen. These are going to alter the way the rest of the stream works. You guys picked the one that I was hoping you wouldn't pick, but I am an honest man, so we are going to run forward with it. Okay, so bear with me for a moment because I don't actually know how to set this up. Now, I have something in the stream store that you can buy. I'd have it priced currently at something that's ridiculous, probably, that I'm going to reduce the price on. There are 4 of them. It's going to cost 500 points. I'm going to adjust that right now. Okay, there are 4 of them in stock. You will notice that it's titled 1 Second Pour. And what that means is that for every single one that's bought, I will pour 1 second of gin into my juice and consume it. I don't know how you buy it, but for 500 points, we can get this stream a little bit silly. The bad news is I don't have access to a bathroom right now. So if I have to pee, that will become an issue. But for 500 points, let me tell you the command to buy it. 1 second. How? Oh no, not humblebundle.com. Oh god. How to buy from Stream Store Stream Elements. If you type... Oh, how to redeem items. 1 sec. Y'all are going to hear this tutorial with me.
Items or perks can be redeemed from your Stream Elements store page, so it's probably recommended to add a Twitch panel link.
What's that? Stream Elements store page? Oh, open store. Store. Oh. Yo, go here. There. Click that link real quick. I swear it's legit. Apparently you can't, like, claim it normally. That's dumb. That's a dumb setup. Now, for every one of those that's bought, I'll pour a second of gin into a drink that I then have to drink, which will make the commentary change. Whether or not you want that is up to you. It will be there the entire rest of the stream, but I'm going to raise the price on it after we stop our halftime intermission here. So do with that information what you will. We have been streaming for 3 hours so far? What the hell? This is crazy. This is too long. It's alcohol. And since there's so few streamers in, so few viewers in here, I'll throw a second in for free to make this a little bit extra exciting. With that being said, it's there in the store. For the next 2 fights, it will be available at its current price. Then I'm going to raise the price. Continuing on, we have Elmer Fudd versus Anthony Padilla. Elmer Fudd, we know, is the most broken character thus far, and Anthony Padilla seems to be quite strong, but, mind you, not overpowered. And that might be an issue for Anthony. I'm going to go ahead and open up voting. Remember, if you have the most points at the end of the night and are still here, then you will get a channel membership. I would definitely be voting Elmer Fudd if I was any of you, but Anthony definitely could take it away. It's possible. Fighter B was Elmer Fudd, which means Anthony Padilla is Fighter A. Whoop. And then Elmer Fudd. Oh, that's Homer's. No, stop. Okay. Anthony Padilla versus Elmer Fudd. Go. Elmer Fudd shooting Ronald McDonald to get into here. Anthony Padilla doesn't stand a chance. Elmer Fudd just hits him with the standard rapid fire machine gun. Just destroys him. And that's GG. That's GG right there. Nothing you can do about it. Ends the round. Gonna happen again. And it's over. Elmer Fudd wins. It'll be interesting to see if anyone's able to compete with Elmer Fudd, quite frankly. Not quite as overpowered as Untitled Goose Game. We've seen people take damage off of Elmer Fudd, but no one can ever even come close to taking him out. We'll go ahead and give Elmer Fudd his point. Peter Griffin versus Snake is up next. We'll go ahead and give everyone their points from last voting round. And pick winner. There we go. Okay. Then we get Peter Griffin versus Snake. Peter Griffin being A, Solid Snake being B. Quite frankly, I don't remember either of these having a particularly strong showing, but neither one was bad from what I recall either. Both of them seem to be perfectly capable fighters. But none of them particularly like golden, you know? All right, we'll go ahead and kick it off. Get started here. You redeemed the thingy? Oh,
It's showtime.
I see. Okay, I need to start drinking this so that I can add the gin to it. Give me one moment. That's probably good. Peter Griffin coming in hot. Solid Snake rolling in some grenades. Peter Griffin with the crazy zoning. I totally forgot about that. Solid Snake also has some range abilities, but he just doesn't zone quite as heavily, I don't think. Manages to stun Peter Griffin, but that's not enough. Peter comes in hot. Drops down into Solid Snake's gunfire, but it doesn't seem to matter. He hits him with the counter. Both are countering each other non-stop. Snake blocking, but can't block Brian when he runs in. And that's that. Oh, no. Solid Snake turning it back around, managing to get the zoning that he needs on Peter. Peter needs to start zoning him back. The tempo changes, and Peter takes it. Peter Griffin just seems to be playing with his food. If he wanted to, he could absolutely just keep this going. Oh my god, Quagmire, no? Yeah, welcome to the stream. I don't know why that happens. Someone made that one. Snake just getting absolutely cornered. Just unable to do anything. Manages to get the reversal off. Tries to keep Peter in the corner, but Peter doesn't see it in the corner. Nobody puts Peter in the corner. Nobody puts Baby in the corner, and it's over. Snake didn't use the grenade spam that he needed to. Could have zoned Peter, but it didn't work. Did not work in his favor. Okay, that means that we have Peter Griffin taking the match here. If you voted A, you won. So let's get that going. Pick winner on A. Next up, we'll have Duke Nukem versus Crash Bandicoot. I think that we're familiar with both of those fighters, so I'm going to go ahead and open up the bets on those. And while I do so, Peter Griffin, no, wait. Duke Nukem was number 1, Crash Bandicoot's number 2. We're going to go ahead and get those in here. Duke Nukem, single, and then we'll get Crash Bandicoot. Oh no, my keyboard. Stop. Crash Bandicoot coming up next. Now, well, y'all vote on that. I have 2 seconds to go ahead and pour of icky. I don't drink, by the way, like ever. Ring pour lime gin. 1, 2. Is that a fair 2 seconds, do we think? Or do we think that there's more 2 seconds? I think that's 2 seconds. Yeah, I agree. I think I did a slow 1 and a fast 2. Which I think evens out. I think I just psyched myself up. I mean, out there. So that's the nastiest lime gin ever that I bought for a camping trip. And we'll go ahead and get this next show started here. Duke Nukem, Crash Bandicoot. Let's check it out.
I'm not gonna fight you. I'm gonna kick your ass.
Round 1, fight.
Ooh, yep. Yeah, that's gin. That's gin, all right. Crash Bandicoot in the corner. Duke Nukem just putting him in there. Crash Bandicoot, as we know, needs to crack that armor in order to really start doing any substantial damage. That's where Duke Nukem's strength really comes in. He just doesn't take that much damage to begin with. It's almost like you have to take out 2 entire health bars, quite frankly. Crash Bandicoot knocks him up into the corner. Duke Nukem manages to kick him out. Hits him with the pipe bomb, but it's not enough. Crash Bandicoot throwing in the boxes, maybe be able to get some mangoes out of this, but we'll see. Duke Nukem finally getting that armor chipped away. Crash Bandicoot still unable to make anything of it, though. Crash Bandicoot goes underground, is able to avoid the projectiles, surprises Duke Nukem, starts to hit him. Duke Nukem gets the ult off. Manages to land it on... Oh, Crash Bandicoot dodges it last second, actually. Crash Bandicoot running up into the corner to try to stay off frame. Duke Nukem unsure what to do when that attack comes. Really just needed to break that armor so that he can start doing some substantial damage. Though the health bars don't reflect it, I think that Crash Bandicoot might actually be winning here. Once that armor breaks, I think the game changes. Duke Nukem won on time. If that had gone on for 2 more minutes, I think that Crash Bandicoot turned that around. He had just broken the armor. Crash Bandicoot just needs to get a little bit more tempo on Duke Nukem. Manages to go underground. He's going to come up with a hit. doesn't do very much to the armor at all, though. There's no chipping going on yet. Duke Nukem just gave himself a buff of some kind, but we've never seen him do that before. It seems like he just popped some steroids. Man is going on trend for a moment here. He's got the Trenbolone rage. He's red like Trenbolone. It has to be what it was. Crash Bandicoot going underground, manages to dodge the projectiles, comes back up, is able to start getting some tempo on Duke Nukem, 17-point rush, but it's too weak. He needs to chip that armor, breaks the armor, finally starts to do some damage to him. He might be able to take this round, but he needs to hurry up. Goes underground, going to be able to dodge any attacks, is able to catch Duke Nukem mid-air, gets a mango out of it. We still don't know what those do. Maybe if he gets 100 of them, something happens here. He's launching a rocket launcher that I don't remember Crash Bandicoot ever having. Duke Nukem gained some health. It seems like there might be a red health bar. No, that must have just been the steroids that did it. I'm not entirely sure how Duke Nukem gained health. Does anyone in chat know how he gained that health? Duke Nukem's trying to ult, but Crash Bandicoot stayed underground. He headshot Crash Bandicoot. It's over. Crash Bandicoot ran out of time in his ability. Duke Nukem. Duke Nukem wins! Yay! Okay, moving on. Duke Nukem was fighter A. If you voted A, you get your points. We'll go ahead and kick those back to you right now. Brilliant. We'll go ahead and open up voting for our next duo, which is going to be Mickey Mouse versus Garfield. Now, we haven't seen Garfield fight, but we have seen Mickey Mouse fight, and we know that he is a competent fighter. Quite good at what he does. Voting is now open. We'll go ahead and get these two selected up and queued up here in the game. If you notice me start to talk faster, it's because I have to pee. And I can't go pee for 45 more minutes. Mickey Mouse versus Garfield here. If everyone has their bets in, which I think they do, we can go ahead and get started here. Now, Garfield we haven't seen. Oh no. The round seems to be corrupted. We're going to go ahead and restart this just in case it happens to be a map glitch, but it might be Garfield that's the issue here. If it's Garfield, we know what happens. He gets DQ'd. All right, it was just a map error. Thankfully, Garfield is still in this. Now, Garfield specializes in combat against dogs. Notoriously, Garfield doesn't do much against mice, but he should be quite good against Pluto here, and it is a mistake to bring him. Mickey should have showed up to this fight alone. Bringing in the second man isn't going to help him in this scenario, but Odie comes in for the support. Odie just standing there, though, while Pluto just runs fucking rounds on Garfield. Garfield trying to find some zoning, but it's just not working. Mickey Mouse takes the first round. Now, if Garfield can take away what he learned from this round and try to keep some of that distance a little bit better, try to have a little bit more aggression, he might be able to take this round. His abilities are strong. We saw that with the hot dog. We saw that with the Odie kick. He manages to dodge Steamboat Willie, but it doesn't matter. Mickey Mouse is just cycling on him. Mickey Mouse definitely has the better AI patch here, and I'm not sure that there's anything that he can do about that. Odie coming back in for some support, but it doesn't look like he's going to be of any help. He runs off. Oddly, I don't think we saw Mickey use the Soul Sucker ability the entire time that fight. He must not have felt like he needed it. He must have known that Garfield was going to be a weaker opponent. All right. Mickey Mouse wins the fight. We give it to our A voters. We're going to go ahead and start up our next round of voting, which will be between Blue and Kermit the Frog. If you vote for Kermit the Frog after his last performance, I don't know how to help you, because that's a rough one. Kermit the Frog is B, if you were curious. I don't know why you would take the upset potential there. It's like a 1 in a million chance that Kermit somehow pulls this out, because we know that he's bad. We know that he's terrible. It's just all that is what it is. Oh, 1 point on fighter B. You could take the whole pot that way, I think. I don't know how the percentages work in the betting module. We'll check it out. We'll see what happens. Blue versus Kermit. Blue versus green. Except he's showing up red today. He's angry. Comes in with the rolling ability. We know that he wants to close that distance. He doesn't have great zoning capacity. He has 1 ranged ability. Kermit, we don't know, because Kermit just kind of dances around the field. Blue, taunting Kermit, must have seen his last performance, knows he has this in the bag. There's no chance that Blue walks away a loser out of this. Kermit, keeping his distance. Blue not wanting to close it for some reason. I'm not entirely sure what the methodology is there, but it is what it is.
Tag, you're it. Tag, you're it.
Kermit actually managing to keep this relatively easy. Might be able to win it on time alone, especially with that health kick there. Just needs to not get hit for 30 seconds. I don't know how he duplicated himself. I'm not entirely sure what that is. Can Blue throw around? I think if he does, we have to do a match-fixing investigation, because I'm just not entirely sure that that's possible, that he would lose the round. It doesn't make sense.
Time over. Sorry.
And that's that. Kermit wins the round.
Round 2. Fight.
In a major upset. I'm not entirely sure how he did that. I definitely think Blue's gonna have some investigative explaining to do. Alright, boys, I need you to hurry up. I am about to pee my pants. I will have to run to the grocery store really quick. Kermit! Why are you hanging in there now? I'm literally turning red. My blood pressure's raising. Oh, God. Come on, Kermit. Blue, just end it, please. Okay. Blue won. Oh, my goodness.
Round 3.
What do you mean, round 3? Alright, let me know who won. I'm gonna be right back. I'm not peeing my pants, bro. I haven't peed my pants in so many years. Today's not gonna be the day, I'll tell you what. Don't worry, everyone. I'm back. Right. I'll tell you what, I jammed out. I think it's only fair, since I had to leave, that I tell the story of the last time that I peed my pants. I think that's a fair consolation. Who won? Blue? Did Blue win? Surely Blue won, right? Blue won? Okay. That's crazy that Kermit got the upset on that. I had to pee so bad that I couldn't see though. Have you ever had to pee that bad that your eyes stop working? You know? It's like you're not like blind, but like you're not processing vision, you know? um, but the last time I peed my pants, I was like 6 years old, and I was on I was with a family friend. Next fight's gonna be Mordecai and Creeper. I'm just gonna open up the voting for that now. So I was with a family friend, right? And we were riding around in his van. Like we were in the back seat of the van, and there was a leather seat, and it was me, my friend who we'll call G, and another guy that we'll call B. B was in like the trunk of the van for some reason, because we were kids and just messing around, and kept telling the funniest jokes. And I was laughing so hard. And I had to pee so bad, but I was too nervous to tell anyone because we were driving and his dad was kind of mean. So I didn't tell anyone. So I was laughing so hard. And then eventually he told just such a banger that I peed my pants on the leather seats. And what wound up happening was I didn't tell anyone, but he had to climb over the seat after we got back to the house and put his hand in my puddle of pee. And that's how they found out I peed my pants. They were like, I just remember going, "Oh, what's that?" And yeah. Anyways, I'm sure that his dad was really mad after that. Ugh, not a good time. Not a good time. So we have Mordecai versus Creeper. Now, I think, did all the votes go in for Mordecai? Okay, here's the thing. Mordecai could take it in theory. Mordecai does have the more well-rounded moveset, but we know the Creeper kamikaze bombs. The only way that Mordecai wins this is if he stays away from the Creeper from the from the start of the round, or manages to build range in there. If he's able to get range, even well, I guess he needs to do it 2 rounds, he wins. But if Creeper is able to just walk up on him, like he was able to with his last opponent, it's just GG. Mordecai versus Creeper will kick this off.
Round 1. Fight.
You drill bit.
Okay. Mordecai goes in, close on the Creeper. Creeper just blows up and ends it. That's unfortunate. Does Mordecai learn this round? Oh my god, he goes back in again. Mordecai's out of the competition. You hate to see it. You really hate to see it. You hate to see such a competent fighter go when, quite frankly, we know that there's people that are worse than him. We know that in a matchup like Mordecai versus PewDiePie, Mordecai takes that. Mordecai takes PewDiePie. Mordecai takes Kick Butowski, even potentially. Mordecai definitely takes Angry Bird. Like, we know he wins in over half of these matchups, but there's nothing that we can do to change that. He was up against Creeper, unfortunately, and that is what it is, you know? Next up, we have Doodlebob versus Fat Albert. Doodlebob having incredible showings thus far. Fat Albert winning on a stipulation, just because Cooking Mama crashed the game. So we haven't actually seen Fat Albert's performance. Bear that in mind as I give you guys your points here, and or take your points away, I should say, and open up the next betting. Fat Albert, notorious MUGEN character. I'm not sure that he's broken. I haven't heard of him talked in that context. Doodle Bob we know strong, though. We know Doodle Bob's an overperformer. We'll go ahead and get those two queued up here. We've got... Who was A? One of these days I'll just get that down. Doodle Bob is A. Fat Albert is B. Fat Albert? Honestly, kind of fire TV show. Not even gonna lie. Like, I might sit down on like a nice chill day and watch a Fat Albert episode. They're pretty cool. It's hard to separate Fat Albert from Bill Cosby, though. Like, you get into that Michael Jackson debate of how do you separate the art from the artist, and, you know, it gets tricky. That's the gin talking. Fat Albert comes in hot, actually, is able to zone out Doodle Bob. Usually this is where Doodle Bob thrives, but it doesn't seem like it's going to be today. Fat Albert coming in, hitting him with the fucking Omega suplex, keeping him in the corner. This is the strongest match that Doodle Bob's had to fight thus far. Doodle Bob, calling in the anime character, has to keep some distance, has the right idea with the wrench, but misses it, just has to keep zoned. If Fat Albert gets in on him, we know that that's where he thrives now. We have this knowledge. He's able to do a little bit of damage at range, but not nearly as much as Doodle Bob, and he's not able to keep the tempo the same way Doodle Bob is. Doodle Bob knocking him up into the air. Fat Albert usually having the better air game here, as we've seen. Doodle Bob manages to make up for the deficit that he made, but Fat Albert might be able to close this out here on this combo. Manages to push him away again. I don't know how he keeps kicking him, but he does. Oh, Doodle Bob hits him with the counter. One more hit and Fat Albert wins. And Doodle Bob jumps straight into the special. You hate to see it. You hate to see it. Such a good performance from both of them. It's truly anyone's game going into the next round.
Round 2, fight.
Doodle Bob coming in hot with the wrench to start with. Fat Albert trying to do a little bit of zone work, but not really getting much off of it. Fat Albert goes in with his special. We know that he goes crazy with it. Able to just get him with the air game. Is gonna hit him with the special ability. We haven't seen that one yet. Doodle Bob, I think, manages to block it. Oh. Doodle Bob getting absolutely abused. He's doodling on his wiener, dude. Doodle Bob not putting in anything. It seems like he's lost his aggression. I honestly would not have expected the match to go this way. I knew Fat Albert was a popular character. I knew he had an AI patch. But Doodle Bob, it was just such a strong contender before this. This is a major upset in my mind. I don't think anyone could have really saw this coming. Fat Albert takes the point. Nobody expected that. Not a single person. That's crazy. We're going to go ahead and get the voting started for Echo the Dolphin versus PewDiePie. I think this one's probably pretty obvious here as to what we're going to do. Echo is our A. PewDiePie is our B. PewDiePie, strong contender. Like, has a moveset, definitely, like, does some work. But we also know that Echo the Dolphin's insane. Like, we know that Echo the Dolphin is ridiculously powerful. There's just, like, a very small chance Felipe gonna go and wager it all on Echo the Dolphin. I think that that's probably a safe bet. Like, if someone told me that I could double my money on the stock market, and it was something that I could take this level of risk on, I would absolutely do it. Go ahead and run it.
You've been rubbing my nose in it since I got here.
PewDiePie has to kick Homer Simpson out.
Your beer comes from farther away, and my beer, you bought it better than mine.
Oh, City Astro, I didn't see you in the chat there. If you want me to see your chat more easily and to chat with some of the other people, most of us are over on Twitch right now. So go ahead and join the Twitch chat if you're still around. You can also bet on the matches over there in the Twitch chat, which makes this way more fun. Echo the Dolphin actually murders PewDiePie. in the first round. Can PewDiePie manage to bring it back? I highly doubt it, but it's always possible, you know? It's always possible. And that's a KO for PewDiePie. PewDiePie knocked out of the game. Once again, unfortunate. We have strong contenders being knocked out. Echo the Dolphin, obviously way stronger than PewDiePie, but PewDiePie, probably a strong matchup against a Kick Patowski or an Angry Birds, you know? But, you know, it's how the seeding happened. We had random seeds. It's just luck of the draw on it. We'll go ahead and start our next betting round against Kick Patowski going into Angry Birds. We know that Kick Patowski has a spam ability that can lock people out pretty well. Angry Bird, on the other hand, does seem to just have some pretty good mechanics. Seems to be able to link his moves together pretty well. I wonder if that's going to be enough to get out of the lockout that Kick Patowski puts down with his one ability. I think that the key that Angry Bird might not have in this is gaining tempo. If you get tempo on Kick Patowski, I don't think he takes it back from you. Hey, what's up? If you go ahead and follow, you get 100 free winner points. Or you can wait 5 minutes to get 100 winner points to wager in the matches. Your choice. I think that the follow for the free 100 winner points is pretty quick. So, it's a button. But also, I wouldn't follow some dude I just found. So if you're not subbed to me on YouTube, I wouldn't follow me. Cool. We've got Kick Patowski going into Angry Bird. Yeah, we know Angry Bird has good mechanics. If he's able to gain tempo on Kick Patowski, which I think is the strategy, then I think he takes it. All right, Kick Patowski coming out with the move that we knew he was going to use. We knew he was going to do this. Yeah, and it's not that it does a lot of damage. It seems like Angry Bird just kind of gets caught up in it. He knows what he has to do. He's trying to push in. It's just hard for him to get past. And now that he's close, he's just he doesn't have the mental fortitude to push through it. Oh yeah, your content made me laugh so hard as of late. I got the notifs on YT, though I am afraid of the stuff you cook up in sport. Yeah. No, I'm trying to get content out more consistently. My goal is to be able to get ambitiously. I want to have like a banger video out every other week, and then like a not a filler video, but something that takes a little bit less effort every other week, and sort of cycle them. So I'll have banger, then like slightly lower effort, smaller video, banger, slightly effort, lower effort, smaller video, so that there's more content out there. Because right now I think my main issue is I only upload like once a month. So that's my goal going forward. Kick is the main for toxic players, no doubt. Absolutely. I just don't even know how you get past the zoning on that. It seems like Angry Bird's able to get in there. He's just not doing anything once he is. I just don't know what the strategy is there. It seems like he just kind of falls apart once he actually gets in, but we know that he can compete up close. We know that that's where he thrives. Manages to start rolling Kick Patowski. Oh my god. He's just absolutely dogging on him all of a sudden. Is this the turnaround we've been looking for? Kick Patowski's having to pull out some moves that we haven't seen, and then he goes back to the spam. Of course. Okay. Angry Bird. We know that he can get a sick combo in, but he's not going to be able to. Oh, he counters the special. Oh, he starts rolling. Is this the upset? Oh, he blocks last second. He's got him in the corner. That's where you want him. Oh my god, he's on a sliver. And he loses it. That's so upsetting. That's so upsetting. I don't think anyone wants Kick Patowski in this competition anymore. He's not fun to watch. He's not fun to watch. He's not talented. He has no talent. He has one ability. That's just not a talented kid. Angry Bird's a more talented fighter. He just can't deal with the zoning. The ability cooldown's way too low on the when I put Humpty Dumpty ability. If Redbird won, that would have been the comeback of the century, dude. I'm so disappointed that he didn't. Kick Batowski wins it. Those of you who bet on Kick Batowski, you're gonna get your points here. If you want to vote on the next match, the command is !bet and then either A or B, depending on if you want the first fighter or the second fighter. Next up, we have Nico Bellic versus Jimmy Neutron. Both of these guys put out some good competitions. Nico Bellic against voting should be open now, as a heads up. Nico Bellic against Sackboy didn't really get to show off his full moveset that well because Sackboy was too short, but clearly had like a pretty wide array of moves that he had at his disposal. Jimmy Neutron dogged Stewie, like straight up, but it wasn't that strong of a performance. Stewie was just bad. Stewie was bad, so Jimmy Neutron won. I don't think Jimmy Neutron actually played that well. Versus Nico Bellic seemed to have some idea of what his strategy was going into it. So we have Nico Bellic versus not Sackboy again. Who was it against? Jimmy Neutron. Yeah, so A will be, if it's on the roster screen, A will be the first person on the roster, B will be the second person on the roster. If it's on this screen, A is the left person, B is the right person. You got your bet in right in time. We're going to go ahead and let this ride.
You want me to finish you off?
Must have had the fluxing code wrong again.
Round one, fight.
Nico Bellic getting the distance that he needs. He's going to try to keep zoning him, but he closes it. No, most of Nico Bellic's abilities are guns, so it's kind of confusing why he would have tried to go in like that for any reason except for BM. He's just able to zone Jimmy Neutron. Jimmy Neutron doesn't have any anti-gun gadgets, unfortunately. He's not working for Palantir. He's not working for Lockheed Martin right now. He's not working for Boeing. Okay, Jimmy Neutron makes like spring rocket ships. Okay, he has the potential to get into building drones, but he's just not there yet. He's still a kid, and so he's not used to having to work against this level of firepower. He's used to having to work against robots that he built. Okay, we're talking, he fights against things that he made. He's not strong. He's not that smart. Okay, he's not a hero. He makes the problems and then solves them. It's like if you make a computer virus and then like know how to antivirus it, you know? Like, yeah, I just don't know. I don't know what we were thinking here. I don't know what we were thinking here if we thought that Nico wasn't gonna put it. I'm sorry for getting so aggressive. Okay, Nico takes the round. I sound like a major Jimmy Neutron hater right now, and I swear I'm not. Okay, if you voted A, you won. We're going to go ahead and start up the next round of voting. We've got Otis the Cow versus Pinkie Pie. Otis the Cow has one broken ability that we know of, and it's his Pink Milk ability. The Pink Milk ability is pretty crazy. And then Pinkie Pie, we know, is just a great all-around fighter. Pinkie Pie has a ton of abilities and knows how to chain them. That's the impressive thing. It's one thing if you have a lot of abilities, but being able to actually put them together is another thing. Now, this is a real toss-up because Otis has one ability. It's one ability, but it's one ability that's going to perform very strongly. If Pinkie Pie is able to find the crack in the armor, it's over. Otis just doesn't have anything beyond that. But Pinkie Pie has a whole move set that Otis just isn't going to be able to handle if she's able to capitalize on it. We'll go ahead and check this round out. We'll get it started. Otis versus Pinkie Pie. The map corrupted. That's not anyone's fault. Redo. Otis. I wonder what map that is. I installed them all the same, and they're all from the same pack. So I'm not entirely sure why that is. Otis versus Pinkie Pie. Let's go.
Don't mess with the water sins.
Round one, fight.
Otis hitting with the pink milk already. Can Pinkie Pie's able to block most of them, but can she close the space? How is she even going to? What? This is upsetting. This is upsetting because if you're in chat and you truly think that Pinkie Pie isn't the better fighter here, like, you're just, I don't know what you're on. Pinkie Pie is objectively the better fighter, but Otis has just so much capacity for countering it. I just don't even know how you get past Otis. I think that my prediction for the end matchup here is going to be Otis versus Elmer Fudd. I think it's Otis versus Elmer Fudd. Two no-skill fighters, right? These aren't people who are performing incredibly, but they have one strong thing that they're able to capitalize on, and no one else is. Otis wins the round. Once again, we have to say goodbye to a very talented fighter. It's so upsetting. Otis goes along. If you voted fighter A, you get the point. I'm upping the cost of the 1 second pour because I haven't done that yet to 800 points from 500 points. If you would like to capitalize on that and spend some of your well-earned points, you can do so at that link right there. Is there anyone in YouTube chat? No one's typing to me in YouTube chat. We'll keep this ball rolling. We have Dave the Minion versus Freddy Fazbear here. Dave the Minion, if you weren't here, has had a very strong performance thus far. Let me go ahead and open up voting. Very strong performance thus far. Has one really strong ability, but also knows how to chain in some others. Not super talented as a fighter, but definitely knows how to use his moveset quite well. Freddy Fazbear, on the other hand, really similar situation, except can chain those moves together a little bit better. Like, maybe a little bit better, but doesn't have the cheese potential, I don't think, of Dave the Minion. Now, Freddy Fazbear might be able to just overwhelm Dave the Minion off of sheer, like, ability quantity alone. I'm not positive, but I wouldn't be surprised. This is a hard one to really pin down as to who's going to be able to take this one away. We've got Dave the Minions first, so Dave the Minions are A, and Freddy Fazbear's are B. Where's Freddy Fazbear at? What the hell? There he is. We'll get this party started. Freddy Fazbear coming in with the pizzas, manages to block them. These two are so evenly matched up. They've even both got teeth abilities. I don't know how you dodge the whole screen pizza ability. I guess you have to get, like... I guess you have to tech out of it. Freddy Fazbear with the reversal. He shows up behind him. Dave the Minion doesn't know what to do. He just keeps spamming those pizzas. It chips away at the health. It doesn't do a whole lot. What? Dave the Minion learned. He did the Freddy Fazbear to him. Just teleporting around the map. It seems like these two might actually have a very similar moveset. Dave the Minion, just with a slight lead, pukes on him, turns the pizzas green. Is that the win? Freddy... What the... He won? What the fr... That's not fair.
Round 2, fight.
What the fuck was that? Dude, if I was Dave the Minion, I'd be super dejected going into this next round. I don't even know what I think. He hit him with a bite of 87 or whatever that thing is. Both of them have almost full super meters. Freddy Fazbear has the full super meter entirely. can Dave the Minion turn this around somehow? Really showing a much more poor performance after the upset of the last round. Is that Chica? I don't know where Chica went. Dave the Minion pulls it back.
Round 3, fight.
I'm not very well versed in my FNAF lore. I focus more on Metro. I love Metro. When I drove across the country, I convinced my girlfriend to let me put on the Metro audiobook. And she hated it for the first like 4 hours because the first 4 hours of that book is just so slow. But we both love that book now. Really anyone's game here, but Dave the Minion with a crazy beam. Okay. Freddy Fazbear has a second health bar, though. That's unfortunate. Can he take him out again? He manages to hit him with another super meter that just... This is crazy. Fan favorite Dave the Minion might be taking out Freddy Fazbear. Even though So, Dave the Minion had to adapt. He had to bring out the overpowered attack to deal with the second health bar. And he did it beautifully. 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 I just can't... I'm burping. I just can't even... I don't know. That was beautiful. What a great performance from Dave the Minion. The underdog absolutely takes it. What an upset. Next up is going to be Mario 64 versus Q*bert. Now, Mario 64, we have seen incredibly strong showings from, has one ability that can absolutely decimate half a health bar, right? But Q*bert, on the other hand, is able to spam enough that it might be able, the Jin's hitting, might be able to overwhelm the Q*bert. Fuck. Q*bert has so many abilities that it might be able to overwhelm Mario 64's abilities. Might be able to stun lock him. I'm going to go ahead and open up the next round of betting, and we'll get started here. If anyone redeems another second of Jin Pour, let me know, because I don't get a notification for that. And we will get started. Metro is great. Metro is incredible. I love Metro. The first game, in my opinion, is by far the best. I haven't played Exodus yet. I've launched up Exodus and played for like 5 minutes, and I just can't get into it. I think it's because I love the first one so much, and the second one disappointed me a little bit. Second one's not bad. Don't get me wrong. It's not a bad game. It's a good game, but it's just not... It's just not the first one, you know? And the first one's just so good. Really? Last Light's your favorite? That's surprising. I think Last Light definitely has, like, better mechanics to it. Like, the gunplay in Last Light's substantially better. Like, don't get me wrong. I just think that the environment in the first one is a little bit better. And I think that the story is more cohesive in the first one. The second one, I don't remember the story really sticking with me as hard. But also, if you haven't read the book, read the book. Absolutely read the book if you like Metro. If you don't like Metro, read the book. It's incredible. But you can't fit that book into a game. You can't fit that book into 3 games. Like, there's so much to that book. Yeah, the librarians. They're fun. They're hard. They're annoying. I remember, I think, like, canonically, as long as you look at them, you're fine, right? Like, that's, like, the lore behind it. Isn't that what it is? Or you have to be quiet. It's one of those two. It's something like that. Mario coming out with his special ability. We knew he was going to open with that. He's got Piranha Plant there. I don't know where that came from. Banjo-Kazooie comes out. Q*bert's getting absolutely dogged right now. Just hiding in the corner like a bitch. Mario pulling out the cards. When I played the first one, I played on the hardest difficulty that wasn't Ranger. I didn't play on one of the Ranger difficulties, but I played on the hardest one that wasn't Ranger. I want to go back and do a Ranger playthrough sometime, but so difficult. Hubert has a little bit more breathing room this time. Can he make something of it? He seems to just be cowering in the corner, which might honestly be the strat against the Mario Kart move. I'm not sure that you can really do much against that. His stun animation's so long that I'm not even sure he can get out of the rush unless he manages to tech it somehow. Yeah. Okay, so here's the thing. I would have put my money on Mario 64 for this round. But Mario's being a scumbag right now. Like, by corner locking him like that, he's being a scumbag. That's not sportsmanlike. He didn't give Hubert a chance. He cheesed him, really. Like, he didn't outskill him. He just kept him in the corner. It's depressing. Hubert wasn't an incredible competitor either. So, like, it's not that sad to see him go, but it is unfortunate. It is unfortunate. Why did your chat color change 3 times, bro? What is going on here? Do you have control over that? Mario 64 wins. If you voted A, you got some points. We'll go ahead and copy this over. Homer Simpson versus Cuphead. Now, Cuphead, we haven't seen a performance from because Popeye broke the game last time, so we have no idea how good he is. We do know that Homer tweaks the fuck out. Pockets Miller saying, play backyard baseball again. Maybe sometime on stream I'll do that. I don't think I'll make another backyard baseball video until I find, like, a cool concept to do with it again. But that might be a fun game to play on stream if I, like, hack it again. If you want to participate in the stream more, hop over to Twitch chat because you can bet on the matches and I'll be able to see your chats more frequently. For some reason, my multi-chat's broken. But yeah, you can bet along and potentially win a channel membership at the end of the night, which is everyone's biggest wish, I know. Cool. So, up next, Homer Simpson, Cuphead. Did I open voting yet? I don't think I did. I think I got distracted. Oh no, I opened voting. 7 seconds less. 6, 5, 4. Cool. We'll go ahead and hop over here. Get this all queued up here. Homer Simpson versus Cuphead. We'll see how it plays out.
Suckers.
I want to get... One of these days, I want to have a game set up when I have a little bit more time and a little bit more of an audience streaming, so it's more worth it, quite frankly. I want to get a game set up where you can bet on matches like this, but then spend your points to, like, buff characters. Like, if you could buff Homer's stats right now with some of your points to help make it so that your wager wins, I think that could be really fun. I have an idea for a video that I want to do my next... Maybe not my next banger video, but the one after that. I want to make it so that I ROM hack... One sec, I think... Hello? Cuphead? Cuphead might not select character as an AI. We might not be able to run Cuphead. Cuphead might be left behind. The Cuphead Popeye bracket might have actually been broken. Okay. We're going to refund everyone's votes because that shit is not working. Sorry, everyone, if you were looking forward to Homer Simpson versus Cuphead. But 2-3 videos from now, in like a month, maybe a little bit more, if I'm able to pull it off, I want to take Pajama Sam. The gin's making this hard to explain. The next one's going to be Pink Panther versus Colonel Sanders while I try to put this all together. Go ahead and vote on those. The next video I want to do in a few videos is I want to take Pajama Sam, throw every asset into Krita with an AI module, and then I want to like somehow turn it hellish and then replace a bunch of the assets and cutscenes with like jump scares or things like that. But I want to have it randomized in such a way that I haven't seen it yet. And I even want to maybe have like hellish cutscenes in there to replace the cutscenes that go on. And I want to plug that all into the game and replace every single asset with like a horror game that then randomizes itself every time you play the game. Probably sounded really complicated explaining it, and that's because it is incredibly complicated to pull off. Which I might need a little bit more help for that. This is Pink Panther versus Colonel Sanders. Canonically, I'd say Pink Panther dogs Colonel Sanders. Pink Panther in the game though only really has one move that we've seen, at least. Colonel Sanders, on the other hand, has a whole moveset, is able to really flesh it out too. I have to pee again already. I think I can hold it though. Colonel Sanders coming in hot, putting Pink Panther in the corner. Absolutely making him pay for cheesing out two other contestants here. Colonel Sanders hits him with the special, barely taking any damage. Bold to hit him with the special at this point. He could have probably held out and still saved it for the next round. Oh no, Pink Panther's finally getting his cheese off. Doesn't keep it up though. Is able to break out of the chain. Ooh, Pink Panther barely stays in, but it gets knocked out at the end of the day. I've never had Jollibee. They added one in New York right when I was leaving, so I never went. There's one opening where I live now, though. So I'll probably go soon, but I've never been. All I know is that they sell spaghetti, which is weird. Colonel Sanders putting Pink Panther in the corner. This is a pretty close match, though. Pink Panther could turn this around. The downside is Pink Panther hits it with the ult! Oh, this is Pink Panther's match at this point. All he has to do is keep the zoning going. He's not a good close-range fighter. He misses the chainsaw. Let's Colonel Sanders in. This might be game, folks. And that's it. That's game over. I'm going to go pee, then I'll give everyone their points. Go ahead and chat amongst yourself. William, tell them about how good Metro is, because Metro is incredible. Here, I'm going to launch E.M.U.G.E.N so that you guys can watch some bot fights, maybe get a little bit of cheating knowledge going in, and I'll be right back.
Wait a minute. Pause.
Oh no. What did you guys do? What the fuck? How could you do this to my game? Who did it? Tell me. Tell me right now. Otherwise, I'll end this stream. Was it UEXP? You sound guilty. Game couldn't handle the pure swag of Metro. That's fair. Colonel Sanders won the round. We'll give it to him. Oh no. What did I do? There we go. Colonel Sanders won the round. That gen really goes right through you. I'll tell you what. Which the majority of people voted for. Up next, we have SpongeBob versus Pope Benedict. SpongeBob only coming through on a stipulation that Untitled Goose was disqualified for being too overpowered, believe it or not. So we haven't really gotten to see how good he actually is. He was going up against an invincible opponent. It seemed like he was popping up with some crazy combos, but we don't really know. We'll go ahead and start off betting for that right now. Get that live. I'll get that queued up. SpongeBob versus Pope Benedict. That green line at the bottom on the screen. Why has no one pointed that out? What overlay am I moving? Oh no. I need to move this literally 1 pixel. Oh no. Oh no. Oh no. Oh, I did it. That's so clean. There we go. CPU test match. SpongeBob versus Pope Benedict. Where is he? Oh, there he is. Beautiful. I'm almost done with my gin already. That's the gin done. Gotta start a clean one. SpongeBob managing to hold his own against Pope Benedict. Pope Benedict, for those of you who don't remember, with the Castlevania moveset, manages to catch a pretty hard lead on SpongeBob right now. Pope Benedict puts him in the corner and just absolutely sends him to hell. Is it blasphemy to bet against the Pope? I mean, look, when Pope Francis was still around, like, if you put him against Mike Tyson, I don't think God would blame you if you were like, yeah, I think Big Mike got this. Oh, there's a message on YouTube? Oh yeah, no, I saw that one. Also, congratulations on the 5 months, Rat Raider. Thank you very much for that. It is much appreciated. I think you're my longest subbed viewer. Or like longest membership viewer. Pope Benedict takes out SpongeBob. It's a GG. And I think that ends our 3rd round. We're nearing the end here, folks. We've only got a couple more fights to look at, really, in the grand scheme of things. Definitely at our halfway point at this point. We've only got 7 more fights to watch. That's crazy. It's crazy. The night ended fast. Now, here's the thing. What I wanted to do at this point in the fight was randomize the seed again. I wanted to have these round 4 participants all be randomized again so that they wouldn't be up against their matchups. Can I do that? That's the question. Oh, no, I can't. So we're not gonna do that, I guess. Don't worry, though. Round 5, different special event gonna happen, I'll tell you what. But we won't do the round 4 special event. in order to make up for this, it will be 500 instead of 800. And these next ones I will drink fast because the night is almost over and I don't want to be drunk after the stream. That'd be silly. Okay. Who won the last one? The last one, B won. SpongeBob did not win. Points just got returned to everyone. If you redeem a 1-second gin pour, let me know because I can't get notified for that. Create and start. Elmer Fudd versus Peter Griffin. Go ahead and get your votes in if you haven't already. And we got another gin pour, so I will do that in just a moment. That will be more like a gin shot, quite frankly, because I don't, like I said, want to be sipping on a cocktail for the rest of the night. I'll go ahead and get Elmer Fudd and Peter Griffin queued up, and then we will do that 1-second gin pour. Peter Griffin. William, did you vote yet? Uh-oh. He might. I mean, he might be able to zone out Peter Griffin, but I doubt it. God. Taking a shot out of this is gonna suck. But I guess that's my only option. Okay, we have one Mississippi. That might have been a little more than a shot, if I'm being straight up. I just tried to put this cap back on the gin. I'm not sure this is a good idea. I don't have to drive home, though, so we're chilling tonight, I'll tell you what. I'm going to definitely make a gross face when I do this. There are 4 total seconds of pour to redeem. Now 2 to redeem. Oh no. That was... Oh yeah, technically it would be 5, huh? I'll tell you what. That was 2 mouthfuls. Next time I do this, I need to bring a shot glass. Because that's going to hit hard. Okay, Elmer Fudd versus Peter Griffin. Let's go. William, I appreciate the 2 shots of vodka meme. I know the video you're talking about. Peter Griffin with the Homer Simpson colorway once again. Can Elmer Fudd take him? I have to imagine Elmer Fudd pieces this. Peter Griffin doesn't stand a chance. It's game over. It's over. I hope no one just saw that.
Round 2, fight.
That's what I said earlier. I said, why does Peter Griffin have jaundice? Elmer Fudd! Everyone. If I were going to put my money on anyone winning this whole thing, it would definitely be Elmer Fudd. Like, I'm just not sure that we've seen a competitor yet. Oh, you know what? Echo the Dolphin could probably beat Elmer Fudd because Echo the Dolphin's too low. If Echo gets caught up, like during a jump, then Elmer could win it. But unless that happens, I think Elmer wins. I mean, I think the Dolphin might be able to win this. Elmer Fudd wins. Winner, pick A. GG, WP. Let's move it on to the next round. Duke Nukem versus Mickey Mouse. Where's the E come in? Oh yeah, I need to start betting. Oh god. The gin's hitting silly again. Which tab is it? Oh my god. Okay. Voting is now open for Duke Nukem versus Mickey Mouse. Duke Nukem, we know that he has armor. Once you break the armor, he gets weak, but it basically means he has 2 health bars. Mickey Mouse, great combos, great damage. Overall, I'd say a better fighter than Duke Nukem. Like, definitely knows how to use the abilities better, knows how to throw them in a rotation. But Duke Nukem has the additional health, which makes it really hard to overcome. I think Artyom would solo this matchup. Dude, Artyom soloed the apocalypse. I think Artyom would absolutely dog this matchup. Unmovable wall versus unstoppable force scenario? Exactly. That would have actually been Elmer Fudd versus Untitled Goose. All right, and we're starting up the next match. Let's check it out. Duke Nukem versus Mickey Mouse. Mickey Mouse with the first hit, getting some really strong tempo off the bat. Uses the Soul Sucker but misses it entirely. Duke Nukem shoved in the corner. Now, I would have bet on Mickey Mouse, but I wouldn't have bet on him winning that hard. That's pretty impressive. He broke through that armor so fast. Mickey Mouse gonna put him in the corner again. Duke Nukem just unable to break out of the lock that he put down. It seems like Mickey Mouse is just gonna be able to chain ability after ability up on top of him here. Puts him in the corner, 30, almost 40 hit rush attack. Can he perfect the round? He cannot. Duke Nukem tries to hit him with a special ability. Can he shoot him in the head? We will find out. Lands the hit. That takes out about a third of the health bar here. Mickey Mouse uses the Soul Sucker attack, puts him in the corner, and ends it. Mickey Mouse goes on. What an upset. What an upset. Everyone voted Duke Nukem. Not a single person voted Mickey Mouse. That's crazy. That's crazy. Mickey Mouse, the sleeper hit, will be going up against Elmer Fudd later. That's unfortunate for Mickey Mouse. That means that he will be losing. Next up is Blue from Foster's Home from Imaginary Friends versus the Creeper from Minecraft. Now we know that if Blue keeps his distance, he guarantees wins this fight. If he doesn't, if he tries to go in, he loses. He just has to avoid the Creeper. Now, he doesn't have the knowledge of that, but if he's able to pull it off, he wins. That's Blue versus the Creeper from Minecraft. Let's kick it off. This is such a toss-up match. Blue goes in, big mistake. Creeper wins the match.
Round 2, fight.
Blue goes in again. Creeper dies again. I mean, Blue dies again. Creeper wins. Okay. Now, interesting fact. Creeper very well may be the only person who can shut down Elmer Fudd or Echo the Dolphin. Creeper might be able to shut down Echo the Dolphin. That would be so anticlimactic, but it would be possible. We'll submit the scores. Creeper versus wins, and we will go ahead and give everyone their points. If you bet B, you get some points. We're going to go ahead and restart that. Fat Albert versus Echo the Dolphin. I think I know where voting's going to go on this one. Echo the Dolphin, really strong. Really strong performer. Echo the Dolphin is. I think the strat to being first in points was to just not bet at all. Honestly, you might be right. I'm surprised people aren't betting more points. By now, I would have been dropping like 800 bombs in there and just been like, we let this shit ride. All right, cool. We have Fat Albert versus Echo the Dolphin. Oh no. Fat Albert. The Dolphin. Is because you just won what others lost? Yeah. That's something I don't like about this betting module. And when I do this again, because at some point I'll do something like this again, probably. I want to start streaming every recording session that I do because one, I like streaming. And two, I think that it makes me better at recording because I feel like I actually have to like be on point and not lazy with it. So I want to do another stream again. There will probably be bets in a stream again in the future, but I want to use a different tool to do it because on one hand, I like the pool idea where you get like just a portion the way that you would at a casino, but when I only have like a couple viewers, I don't think it makes sense. Like if we had like 20 people in here all throwing in bets, it would make more sense because then the pool would be much larger. But when it's just like one or two people, three people, this betting module doesn't make sense. Do I feel nervous streaming? I feel nervous before the stream, but once I start, no. But also keep in mind, I was a film actor from ages 6 to like 15. And then after that, I did theater from ages 15 to 24. So I've been performing in front of people for a really long time. So the stage fright thing, it doesn't make me that nervous. Yeah. I have a lot of like weird lore. I went to one of the top musical theater schools in New York and was like signed to a New York agent and all that. I've been in movies as a kid. Yeah. Not to brag, but it's not that cool. It's not as cool as it sounds. It's really, it just means that I'm not nervous performing, really, at all. It's way more nerve-wracking performing in front of people when you can see them. It's not as nerve-wracking since you guys are just kind of like text on my screen, quite frankly. It's not as nerve-wracking. But if I was able to see all three of you, like your faces, that'd be a little nerve-wracking. Performing in front of like 3 people is way more nerve-wracking than performing for 1,000, in my opinion. Because like 1,000 people, you can't make out any one person in the crowd. But when there's only 3 people, you're like getting all the feedback from those people. You see their faces and it's just like, oh no. You don't like playing guitar in front of so many people? So would you prefer to play in front of like 4 people? Or would you prefer to play it in front of like 50 people? Because I'd prefer to play in front of 50 than 4. Having a presentation without the supplies there to do it would be pretty nerve-wracking. Like theater makes me better at that, I think, because like improv and stuff like that is always baked in to theater education. But yeah, what type of genre do you mostly play? Like acting wise, or singing? Well, elaborate. I'll answer your question. Just elaborate. Or game. That's fair. Weirdly enough, I'd feel more nervous participating in a stream than I would actually streaming. Oh, you were asking William the guitar? Yeah, that makes more sense. Yeah, being like a participant in a stream would be weird. What genre do I sing? So, primarily musical theater was the first thing that I started in. And then, so that means that I can sing like anything musical theater and a little bit of opera. I'm not that great at opera, but that's just because I've never really delved into the style of it. Then beyond that, I like singing rock and I like singing like Tyler Childers is fun to sing, but mostly rock, I'd say, is what I've been singing lately. I quit musical theater, so I don't really sing musical theater that much. Every now and then I'll cue up a song that like was in my audition book in New York, but it's rare. Mostly rock. Anyways, Fat Albert versus Echo the Dolphin. I have a thought on that EXP was taken. One moment after this fight, I'm going to expand on that because it's a rant. Fat Albert versus Echo the Dolphin. Fat Albert just can't hit low enough, I don't think. I think Echo the Dolphin's going to piece everyone, except maybe Creeper, just purely based on the fact that his hitbox is in the floor. And no one has attacks that can hit in the floor, I don't think.
Round 2, fight.
Fat Albert goes airborne. Yeah, no. That's GG, I think. Echo the Dolphin takes it again. Echo the Dolphin with the W. EXP and William, if you're not in the Discord yet, you should definitely join the Discord because there's a lot of chat that goes on like this that's like really chill. Honestly, I gotta say, I do have like I've managed to somehow develop a pretty chill community thus far. No one's like an asshole. All right, next up we have Kick Batowski versus Nico Bellic. Let's go ahead and start the betting on that. Nico Bellic from GTA 4, Kick Batowski from the titular show, Kick Batowski. We'll go ahead and get who was first in that list. I don't want to set it up wrong. Kick Batowski versus Nico Bellic. Kick Batowski is fighter A. Nico Bellic is fighter B. Now, before we get started and while you're placing your bets, there was a quote. I tried taking vocal lessons in college and was making such slow progress I was advised to drop the class. I am a vocal coach full time. That is my job. That is my day job. That is how I make my money. I teach professionals this shit. I have taken people from being complete beginners to getting into Berkeley in 2 months. Okay, I am damn good at teaching singing. I'm not the GOAT by any means, but I'm like top 1% of vocal teachers, honestly. Anyone who told you that you were progressing too slowly so you should quit, your teacher just fucking sucked. Like, honestly, your teacher was terrible. If you were not progressing fast enough, your teacher was bad at teaching singing. That is not your fault. It does not mean that you cannot sing. It does not mean that you are dumb. It means that your teacher sucked at teaching how to sing. Quite frankly, most voice teachers, I'd say literally like maybe even more than 9 in 10 voice teachers, maybe more than 90% of voice teachers suck. Like bad. Granted, that's coming from someone who considers himself to be in the top like 5% of voice teachers in the world. But like a lot of them are like the skill gap between like someone who's like in the how do percentiles work? 90th percentile is the top 10%, right? Or is it the bottom 10%? The top 10% of voice teachers versus the top like 11% of voice teachers, the difference between that 11% and that 10% is like a massive gap. Like voice teachers suck unless they're good. You like either get someone who's really good at it or someone who sucks at it. And there's really not much wiggle room between. Like there's not really okay voice teachers that often. Like, usually someone who's okay at teaching the voice is a new voice teacher who's going to become great at teaching the voice. And they're going to be better than like someone who's been teaching for 15 years who just fucking sucks at it. Someone who's like okay at it and is going to become great will be better at their first day teaching than someone who fucking sucks at teaching the voice and has been doing it for 15 years. I could go on a whole massive rant about why that is and why the industry is that way and why there aren't more great voice teachers out there, but that's a whole different discussion. That's basically there's a bunch of 70-year-olds that control the voice teaching industry that suck. And that's pretty much it. Like, they teach shit that comes from the 1700s, and that's it. And there's just better ways to teach now than they had in the 1700s. And that's the short and sweet of it. Kick Patowski versus Nico Bellic. The gin got me talking about vocology and shit. A really long rant about vocology. That is all that you missed. Nico Bellic is going to shoot Kick Patowski in the head. He's going to punish the cheese man. Oh, God, he let him get in close. Kick Patowski might be able to cheese this. I'm going to have to pee after this round again. The gin makes me have to pee so bad, bro. He's cheesing Nico Bellic in the corner. This is horrid. I think Nico Bellic might be shooting just above his head. It seems like Kick Patowski is going to be able to cheese this one out. I hope I'm not missing an upset, but I am going to pee myself if I don't go right now. The gin freaks me out, bro. I'll be right back. Let me know how it goes.
You want me to finish it off? You want me to finish it off? You want me to finish it off?
I'm back. Did Kick Patowski win? Tell me Kick Patowski didn't win. But don't lie to me either, because I have the ability to check. Yeah. Kick Patowski won. God damn it. This bastard. He's a bastard. Okay, Otis versus Dave the Minion. Otis once again, much like Kick Patowski, he's a one-move Andy, you know? Betting is open if you would like to bet on the match. One move Andy, okay? He's not pulling up with anything crazy, but he has one move that is incredibly strong. Incredibly strong. Pick lost in our hearts, yeah, seriously. Next up, Otis versus Dave the Minion. I hope Dave takes it. Otis is such a cheese character. Not that Dave doesn't cheese, but like in the grand scheme of things, much more of a competitor than Otis is. Otis just presses one button, you know? And we'll see how it plays out. Let's go.
Don't mess with the water sense.
Round one, fight.
I'm surprised Biggie Cheese isn't a character in this game. Oh, Dave is able to block him. Dave blocking the purple corrupted milk. Can he get in? He can't just defend in the corner the whole time. Dave, you gotta make a move. Crouching isn't gonna do it, bro. Dave just gonna say, Dave comes up from behind. Dave duplicates. Oh my god, the upset of the century. What is going on? Dave! Give me Dave's in the chat. Give me Dave's in the chat. Oh my god, Dave, you gotta stop blocking. You gotta stop blocking. You gotta get in there. Get in there. This is terrible. This is terrible. Dave, come on. Come on. Oh, come on. Tell me Dave's got this. Dave. I know you got fucking heat in there, Dave. Why do you wait until you're half health for the quarter health, a fifth of health? Yes, Dave! Dave! Oh, he evens it out. Dave, you can't just stand there! What the fuck, Dave? You gotta get in there! Dave is such an incredible competitor. Such an incredible competitor. I don't know. He had to have fucking thrown. He had to have thrown. There's no way that just happened. Like, we know how strong he is. We saw the showing, right? Stupid. Dave, I'm so upset about that. Genuinely. I don't get mad about sports team, but when Dave the Minion loses, God, does that get me riled up. Okay, Mario 64 versus Homer Simpson. I believe betting is open. Betting is open for Mario 64 versus Homer Simpson. Mario 64. This is the first time we've seen Homer Simpson in a while, so if you are unfamiliar, fuck. Homer is strong. Maybe not Mario 64 strong. Mario 64 is more of a cheese type strong. Homer is a skill type strong. Homer has a lot of abilities and he chains them together really well. Super Mario 64? 2 abilities? Maybe 3? The biggest hype of this tournament is going to be when Kick Patowski dies. Kick Patowski is the villain of this entire roster. He's not fun to watch. We go next. Mario versus Homer Simpson. The world is spinning for me because I don't drink normally.
Round one. Fight.
Mario. Homer just not hitting Mario at all. Mario just dogging Homer. I don't know what's going on here. He called him Captain Falcon, which isn't even a Mario character. Just absolutely dogging Homer, which is such a shame because Homer, as far as like raw skill goes, as far as talent goes, one of the most talented on the roster, quite frankly. Quite frankly, one of the most talented on the roster. But he just doesn't have anything that's super cheesable. And I guess he just doesn't have the counterplay for the cheese, which isn't his fault. Like, you shouldn't have to expect to go up against someone who just cheeses you the whole game. You expect to go up against a fair competitor. Not that Super Mario has a ton of cheese, but the fact that he has an ability that half healths you right out the gate is stupid. Imagine if Gay Bowser is the hero that takes out Kick during Pride Month. So long, Gay Bowser. Oh god, I'm drunk. That wasn't funny at all. I am so sorry for that. Super Mario 64 won? That's so crazy. Moving on. I can't feel my fingers no more. Whoever voted Dave the Minion, Homer Simpson, I appreciate the spirit. That's sad. I would have wanted Homer to win too. Colonel Sanders versus Pope Benedict. Pope Benedict, voting is open. Pope Benedict, definitely the cheesier character out of the two, but Colonel Sanders could very well put on a very strong showing. Very strong showing. Yeah, this is a hard one to pick between. Super hard one to pick between. You have someone who's very technical, very, very, very technical, versus someone who's pretty cheesy, but not entirely. Colonel Sanders doesn't have a lot of zone potential. Colonel Sanders gets him in the corner, though, and that's the game. Pope Benedict, on the other hand, has the range. If Colonel Sanders is unable to close that gap, then it's GG. Colonel Sanders coming in with his normal skin. Pope Benedict coming in with his blood-ridden style. Pope Benedict so far taking off half the health of Colonel Sanders. Colonel Sanders throwing him up in the air, trying to get him in the corner exactly where he wants him. Colonel Sanders getting the drumstick going crazy. God damn, one of those sounds good right now. That's a drunk food right there. Gonna keep him in the corner. Pope Benedict tries to get out. Colonel Sanders punishes him. Totally brings the game back into his favor. Crazy that he's able to do that. I'm slurring hard. Pope Benedict is able to get a bunch of damage on Colonel Sanders. He uses the special in time to get the iframes to dodge the return hit. Gets a special off and ends the match. That's a thumbnail right there. Hogged. That's crazy. That's crazy. One sliver of health manages to pull it back. That's crazy. Colonel Sanders pulling it back in against Pope Benedict. Pope Benedict has the lead right now. This might be around 3, folks. This might be around 3. Quite frankly, Pope Benedict pulls out a little bit of the cheese to try to secure the victory. Colonel Sanders really in some trouble, has no air game, and Pope Benedict closes it out on him. That's crazy. You hate to see it. Colonel Sanders coming back in hot. Doesn't get the first hit, but manages to get a little bit of juggle on him. Keeps him in the air, gets him in the corner where he wants him, backs off for some reason. Shouldn't back off against Pope Benedict. Pope Benedict is fully ranged, has no close range ability. Hits the special on him, keeps him in the corner. We know that does a lot of damage. Might have wanted to save it for the iframes, but who knows? He's got a really big combo going on Pope Benedict right now. Keeps him in the corner. Pope Benedict on a sliver of health might be able to bring it back. He hits him with the reverse. The Uno reverse card. That's exactly what Colonel Sanders did to him last round. Oh no. Wait a minute. Pope Benedict won a round? Oh, the gin's hitting harder than I thought. That's... I don't remember the Pope Benedict winning the first round. Very cool, very cool, very cool. Okay. That's concerning. Pope Benedict wins with the underdog upset, cheesing his way through it. Unfortunate. You hate to see it. And that brings us to the quarterfinals. Elmer Fudd versus Mickey Mouse. Get your votes in, folks. I have a feeling as to how it's going to go, but I'll save my opinion for the last moment is what I think I was trying to say. Elmer Fudd, we know, is busted. Just absolutely busted. I think everyone in this chat has seen that. Mickey Mouse, on the other hand, very good. Elmer Fudd better make that tune loony, bro. I guarantee you, Mickey Mouse gonna be loony as hell after this. Guaranteed. There's no way it doesn't turn out that way. Who are the two people watching on YouTube right now? I want you to feel called out right now because you're probably not in Twitch chat. You're some strange guys, man. You should get into Twitch chat right now. Start betting on these final matches. Leaving 4 on the Gin pour might have been a bit much, not gonna lie. The fact that there's still 2 left in there, kinda crazy. All in final match agreement. EXP was taken. That's a crazy suggestion. I respect anyone who says they want to wait until the final match to decide. Because I think that most people are tied up. Let's get a look at the leaderboard really quick. Because, like, if you check right now, it'll say that you're, like, 4th on the points. But I think that that's mostly because of the chatbots. Because the chatbots accrue points too. Which doesn't really make sense in the grand scheme of things, but... yeah. Okay. So, if we go over here, can you see that? Yeah, you can see that. Okay, we got the leaderboard here. We have me, who has the max points. We have Owned 3D, which is an overlay chatbot there with max points. We have the Rat Raider, who's just left the chat running, isn't even participating. Mind you. He just AFK'd this shit. 5,000 points. EXP was taken with 4,100. Felipe with 3,200. Saxum with 1,000. William with 308. It's anyone's game. Now, I will say, since the Rat Raider has AFK'd this, it's not as fun if he wins. So I will give second place to Rat Raider the membership. The channel membership will be able to go to whoever is in second place to Rat Raider since Rat Raider AFK'd it. So currently Felipe is in the running for the channel membership. For those of you curious how I give the channel membership, it's to my YouTube channel. If you're not subscribed, go subscribe to that. You'd be amazed at how many subscribers I'm talking like Trump now. You'd be amazed at how many subscribers I have compared to my Twitch followers. But subscribe over there. The way that I give you the membership is I can't donate a membership to a specific person. I actually have to give you a Google Play gift card to redeem for the membership. So you will get a $5 Google Play gift card. Yeah. Anyways, And the Rat Raider will get a different prize because the Rat Raider is already a channel member. And I won't cheat him out of his prize just because he AFK'd. I have more subscribers than anyone. YouTube themselves will tell you that. I've never done a Trump impression before. That's the drunk talking right there. I'm sorry that was so fucking cringe. I'm sure I'm going to watch that back in the recording and want to die. God, I'm cringing myself out right now thinking about it. Okay, so I think that... Did I already host the contest for this? Let me check the contest. Yeah, we already got the contest going. Okay. Let's launch this shit, shall we? And the map corrupted. Give me one moment. Elmer Fudd. Where's the selector? Oh, shit. Mickey Mouse.
Round 1, fight.
Elmer Fudd pieces Mickey Mouse. His combat experience against Bugs Bunny really showing through here.
Round 2, fight.
Yeah, I don't think Mickey's pulling this one back. The dog is terrified. Would you not be? Elmer Fudd wanted him to turn into a mist. So freaking true, dude. My family channel, I don't curse. Never cursed in a video or a stream. What are you talking about? Elmer Fudd takes away the round. I'm not sure that anyone's surprised about that. Who has been here for Elmer Fudd's previous performances. Whoever voted Fighter B, I respect it. Elmer Fudd's a cheese character. Creeper versus Echo the Dolphin. This is a total toss-up. Total toss-up. I have no... Because... The Jin is telling me the Creeper wins this because even if Elmer Fudd... Fuck. Even if Echo the Dolphin goes in, right? Even if Echo the Dolphin goes in, Creeper's gonna blow up in like 5 seconds. So either Echo the Dolphin pieces Creeper in 5 seconds, or Creeper wins. And I think Creeper winning is probably more likely on that front. But I could be wrong. I'm pretty toasty right now. Betting's open for this round. As a reminder, Creeper is Fighter A. Echo the Dolphin is Fighter B. I'm glad Felipe is the only person who's, oh god, claimed the Jin pores, because I'm a lightweight. I'll tell you what, I am a lightweight. Or there's a lot to put on there. Someone wanted to, they could send me home wasted, probably. You technically could claim the other two, that is true. Oh god, the map corrupted. Give me one sec. I will hold no animosity towards anyone who claims anything. I'm the one who set the shop there. This is for your viewing entertainment. Creeper versus Dolphin. I am your employee. Do whatever you will. Yeah, that's fair, EXP. Dolphin won the first round against Creeper.
Round 2, fight.
Creeper goes in. The Dolphin dodged the Creeper damage. The dolphin managed to dodge the creeper damage. That's crazy. That's crazy. For anyone curious, the only reason why I don't drink isn't because I have an issue with drinking. It's because for a while there it made me incredibly sick. Gin, mind you, doesn't make me sick. So when I drink gin. I don't know why. If there's any alcohol scientists out there, let me know why. Yeah, Echo the Dolphin won. That's crazy. Was not expecting that. We're gonna start betting for Kick Butowski versus Otis. Two very cheesy characters. Very cheesy characters. You redeemed the 2 gin. Very cool. Thank you, Felipe. You're such a goat, bro. Exactly what I wanted. Kick Butowski versus Otis. We know Kick Butowski has a 1, 2. We know that Kick Butowski has one really OP move. We know that Otis has one really OP move. Whose is more OP is really the question here. See, the thing is, Kick Butowski's OP move is short range, while Otis's is incredibly long range. If Kick Butowski can close the distance on Otis, maybe there's something you can do there. Otis, on the other hand, doesn't have to do that. He can just start spamming from the gate and not have to worry about anything. Otis's attacks also stronger every single attack, versus Kick Butowski's really chips away at the health, doesn't really do a lot of damage in the grand scheme of things. Let me go ahead and take this gin. Well, we start up this next match. First, actually, I never got shit-faced, but I did once have a margarita a day. I didn't eat much, and I hated the delay in looking at something and focusing on what I was looking at. I didn't like not having that control. That's fair. I'm really not a huge drinker. I never drink, quite frankly. I drink maybe 2 or 3 times a year. For kind of that reason. Now that I'm streaming, it seems like a fun thing to just kind of toss in there. My main beverage of choice is kava when I want to get intoxicated, which is a weird Pacific Islander beverage that just kind of mellows you out, but it definitely feels like you have a lot more control there. But when I pull up and say like 1 kava shell, like no one would know what they're redeeming. So I didn't do that. Let me go ahead and get this gin, then we'll get started. Very cool. Very cool. I did not finish it. I shot it up in my nose, actually.
Don't mess with
Well, I
the
finished
wall.
that. We'll watch the fight.
Round 1, fight.
Kick Butowski coming out early. I'm actually really surprised. I would have thought Otis would have taken that. Kick Butowski coming in early. Otis can't get a hit in otherwise. Damn, now that I took the gin, I have to pee again. What the fuck, man? Oh no, I don't want to watch. I don't want to miss Kick Butowski losing, but I'm gonna pee my pants, bro. God damn, Otis, stop shooting! Stop! I'm gonna pee. Otis, stop! What the fuck? Please. What the fuck? Kick Butowski comes out with the car out of the bat. Otis hitting him with the purple milk. Kick Butowski stuck in the corner. He turned it around. Kick Butowski won. I'm going pee. back, baby. Currently 11 p.m. where you are. Don't worry, we're almost in the final bracket. CST for the win. Dude, there's like one decent state that's in CST time zone. You're crazy if you think CST for the win. That's crazy. And that one decent state, by the way, is Texas. Yeah, exactly. Texas for the win. Cake Metallic. No, wait. Otis won. Otis won. I won't mess this up, everyone. Don't you worry. Texas is the only state in CST time zone that I know of that has anything to do. Wait, what? Otis won. Yeah. There we go. Okay. Mario 64 versus Pope Benedict. This is a kind of a toss up. I'd give it to Mario 64, but what do I know? I'm drunk. Voting's open. I think Texas is the one good CST state that I've been to. Lots of outdoorsy stuff to do there. Nebraska sucks. Nebraska's terrible. Downstate Illinois also sucks. Indiana sucks. Mario 64 versus Pope Benedict. Let me go ahead and get that queued up for us, everyone. Oh god, that's the Pink Panther. That's the Gin picking selections. Mario 64 versus Pope Benedict. Yeah. Don't diss on my boy Indiana. Dude, have you ever been to Indiana? You ever been to Indiana though? Like, I've been to Indiana. I don't think you've ever been to Indiana. Yeah, that place sucks. Okay. Like, okay, I'm in Chicago so bad. I was up there for less than a day last year, but I loved it so much. Chicago, controversial statement. Chicago, better than New York City. Chicago's better than New York City. When I lived in New York, when I was moving to New York, the other option was Chicago. And had it not been for career reasons, I would have absolutely gone to Chicago in a heartbeat. In a heartbeat. Chicago is so much better than New York City. New York City's terrible to live in. I could see potentially New York is interesting to live in. I mean, to visit. New York's potentially good to visit if you like architecture and the museums there. The museums there are goated. Like the best museums in the States. Some of the best in the world, quite frankly. Like the Met, the Museum of Natural History. The Museum of Natural History is insane. That is a great museum. The Met, mid. It's okay. I haven't seen all of the Met. I've been to the Met like 7 times. I have not seen all of the Met. I've seen maybe half of it. It's a crazy big museum. If you love art, great. Otherwise, it's like, okay, I want to see my one state or whatever, my one city, I mean. Fuck, my one country and culture. Shit, the gin's getting to me, sorry. But Chicago, way better. Way better as far as the city goes. It's easier to navigate. It seems like things are slightly cheaper. There's a few more restaurant options, and things are just more straightforward. New York is very crowded, it's cluttered, and it's hard to get around. Like, if you don't know New York, you're screwed. Like, trying to take the subway as someone who doesn't know New York is a pain in the ass. And once you're a New Yorker, like, I was in New York for 6 years. Once you figure out the subway, it's like, duh, that's super easy. But when you're first getting into it, it sucks. It sucks so hard. Have you ever been to LA? That's a city on my bucket list to visit. LA? I've been to LA and I've been to Pasadena. LA, I was only near the airport. And LA near the airport sucks. Everyone that I've heard of who's visited LA says LA sucks. I've never actually heard someone who's visited LA and liked it. Pro tip for taking the metro in NYC, jump the subway gates. Absolutely a pro tip, but only do it in certain subway stations. Certain subway stations will have police officers, certain ones won't. You won't know that if you're just a tourist, though. Ha ha! So, like where I lived, at one point I lived off of Parkside Ave. And Parkside Ave, there was never a cop there. People jump that shit all the time. But if you try to do it on 42nd Street, Times Square, different story. Different story entirely. Let's get this fight rolling. Super Mario versus Pope Benedict, the fucking map corrupted. That extra 2-second pour, holy Jesus, that's hitting like a fucking truck right now. Might take me a sec. 1 sec, boys. Super Mario 64 versus Pope Benedict. Yeah. Kanji's a bitch. Katakana isn't that bad. Hiragana's not that bad. Kanji sucks ass to learn. You can learn katakana and hiragana in a night. Honestly. If you just really sit down with a good card deck to do it, you can learn it in a night. Kanji sucks. The hard part about Japanese, in my opinion, I should give you a little bit of context. I was learning Japanese for a little bit. The hard part about Japanese is the sentence structure. The sentence structure makes no fucking sense as someone who speaks English, but from people who speak English and Japanese people say that it's much more logical than English. If you want to learn Japanese, look up refold. Refold method, it seems to be like the most logical way to do it, in my opinion.
Round 2, fight.
Super Mario versus Pope Benedict, though. Super Mario coming out with the same intro move that he always does. Gonna cheese Pope Benedict, the cheeser. I'm honestly glad to see Super Mario move on instead of Pope Benedict, because Pope Benedict really just isn't a fun character to watch, whereas Super Mario, if he's gonna cheese, at least it's cool to look at, you know? I still will have to eventually learn Japanese because of the things I use Romaji. Yeah, Romaji is fair. Yeah. Tofugu? I've never heard of Tofugu. Refold is like built on like actual language acquisition, like science. Anything else out there doesn't really like make sense to me, at least. Like if you like picking up Genki and doing the Genki textbook, that's up to you. But I find that like doing like a small Anki card maybe, or doing Link. I think Link, Linq, is like goated for learning a language. Absolutely goated for learning a language. Because when you find it in reading context, it's so much easier to like figure it, like memorize it, in my opinion. And then you try to watch like Peppa Pig or whatever and just try to get like a basic understanding of what's going on. I was like not bilingual Spanish, but I could definitely get by when I was in Peru, like really easily. People who say that they're bilingual Spanish, they're usually not actually good at Spanish, but like I could have like extensive conversations with my taxi drivers, and that was based off of like high school knowledge and a little bit of refold method thrown in there. Anyways, Mario won. Yeah. Pick the winner, Mario, baby. Get your points. We're going into the semifinals. Only 3 more fights of the night left, boys. We better make this conversation good. Elmer Fudd versus Echo the Dolphin. Whew. What a hot matchup. quite frankly, like one of those two, I think wins the night. Now that Creeper's out of it, one of those two absolutely wins the night. Oh wait, no, Creeper's still in it. What the fuck? Elmer Fudd versus Echo the Dolphin. Creeper's not in it. I'm just drunk. Sorry for mentioning that. Otis and Mario. I think Echo takes the whole night, quite frankly. I think Echo pieces that. Because Elmer Fudd is too low. He's just too low. I mean, Echo the Dolphin's too low for Elmer Fudd to hit. Fuck. Yeah. I don't normally say yeah. That's just because I'm drunk. Elmer Fudd versus Echo the Dolphin. Contest is open. Go ahead and vote. We're going to go ahead and check out Elmer Fudd versus the Dolphin. This is going to be a quick round no matter what. Definitely hard to guess.
Round 1, fight.
And Echo is below Elmer's attacks, like I suspected. Elmer's bouncing that basketball off his fucking head. Oh my god, it's a fucking slaughter. Jesus. I don't blame anyone for voting Elmer Fudd, but man, Echo the Dolphin's who I would have went, that's for sure. Just below the hitbox, like you gotta wait for Echo to jump up into it. Echo's apparently got iframes jumping up into it, so it just can't hit him. It's over. Echo the Dolphin pieced him. That's GG right there. That right there is GG's. You hate to see it. You hate to see it. And then last up, Otis versus, I guess not last. That's the semifinal still. Echo the Dolphin. I'm shocked Echo was the underdog. I'm actually really surprised at that. I would have thought people would have been voting Echo the whole time. Otis versus Mario 64. Let's get it started. Go ahead and vote. You got voting open now. Oh, God. Wowza. Got those points in. Cool. I was just checking my phone. Let me check and see if anyone's typed in YouTube. I'm not sure I'm in a state to respond to them anyway. We're chilling.
Don't mess with
I think Mario might take this. This is kind of a toss-up. Otis has the one ability, but if Mario is able to surpass that, it's GG. Mario's getting the first hits off. Otis unable to really chip away at Mario's health all that much. The Mario Kart move seems to surpass the pink milk. Yeah, Mario's able to just chip away slowly at that. If he keeps playing like this, he wins on time alone. Mario throwing bombs in, Otis taking some serious damage. Mario taking way more damage though. Mario's completely throwing right now. Go back to your Mario Kart move, bro. This is a sad day if Mario loses. This is a really sad day.
Round 2, fight.
Mario karting his way into it. Mario's done for. Otis pinned him in the corner. It's GG. Otis is just juggling him at this point. That means Otis versus Dolphin. I think this might be an anticlimactic end. I think Dolphin just takes it away. Right? Poorly so. Otis wins against Mario 64. Which is a 1. That's the underdog for the fight. That's the underdog. It's a real shame. Otis the Cheeser versus Echo the Dolphin, who's also just like ridiculously overpowered, quite frankly. Not like a cool character to make it to the end. Well, we knew it was going to be a Cheeser who made it to the end, right? Like, there was no chance that it was not a Cheeser. Echo versus Otis. Echo is A. This is going into our grand finals, okay? This is important stuff. This is the most powerful character out of this whole roster of pop culture influences. Like, I can't think of a single show that's not on this roster. Don't fucking quote me on that. You're fucked up if you do that. If you correct me on that, if you come up with a character that's not on here, Dr. House isn't on here. Like, I get it, you know? But, like, I didn't lie to you. Don't say that. But, like, out of all of these characters, out of every character in the world, I'm not sure that there's a single character that could beat Echo the Dolphin, quite frankly. I am really quite surprised to see Otis make it this far. After his father died, you would have thought that the mental stress of that would have really took him out of the game, but apparently not. Apparently not. We have Echo versus Otis. Who we all voting for? Let's get the stream, the contest up here. Most of us are thinking Echo. One person voting Otis. After the end, you want to see Elmer Fudd versus Echo? We can try that. Didn't Elmer Fudd and Echo already face off? Otis and Echo going off against each other. Echo's just juggling him off the bat. Oh my god, it's a bloodbath. It's a total bloodbath. GG. Game over. Game over. Otis couldn't get a single attack off. He's got him in the corner again. Can Otis get something off? That's the real question. Can Otis do anything here? He got us. Yeah. That's GG. That's GG right there. That's a good game. That's a good game. Echo the Dolphin. Really an underdog of the whole thing. I would have never, out of this whole roster, if you asked me who I thought would have won, Echo the Dolphin wouldn't have even been in the running. Not even in the running. Not in the running. Not at all. Not at all. Echo the Dolphin wins the entire thing. For an A. Let's go ahead and check the leaderboard. See who wins the channel membership. What the fuck? EXP was taken with the upset. You beat me. How did you beat me? That's crazy. That's insane. And then past that, we have me, a bot, Rat Raider, Williams, Saxum, Needle Mouse. I don't know. Needle Mouse must have just popped in for a second. Squeebs, Snicket, Loki, and Depressed. That's the game, folks. Yeah, I don't know why you're not in the page, Felipe. Do you have like literally 0 points? Give me an exclamation mark points real quick, Felipe. I want to see your point total. Yeah. Oh, okay. Apparently, if you have 0 points, you don't make it onto the end screen. So, EXP was taken for your channel membership prize. Join the Discord. You can pass it on to William if you want to. William, do you want the channel membership? If not, you can pass it on to the next person in chat, who is Felipe. That's all up to you. All up to you. Take it for yourself. Pass it on to Felipe. It's up to you, William. Felipe, don't play coy now. Tough decision. Up to you. Pass it on. Why wouldn't you be able to use it? Are you subscribed to me on YouTube? If you're not subscribed to me on YouTube, I'm going to be really upset with you. That's fucked up, man. You don't have to put the credit card info. You just have to use the Google Play subscription, I think. Big caveat on the I think there. Yeah, but some buffoonery with Google Play and stuff is causing some stuff. I am subbed, by the way. Let me tell you what. EXP, William, Felipe, each of you join the Discord if you're not already in it. If you're not in the Discord, join it. And I'll DM me because I'm in the Discord. You'll know who I am. It's the dog with the propeller hat. DM me. I'll send each of you. I'm gonna Mr. Beast this shit. I'll send each of you a channel membership. $5 Google Play gift card. If it doesn't work to redeem on the channel, whatever. It's, at the end of the day, not that big of a deal to me. This isn't my job. I have another job. Each of you get a $5 Google Play gift card. I'm Mr. Beast today. Add me on Discord. You all get it. My $15 is to you. Do I have a link to the Discord? Don't ask me that, bro. Let me find it really quick. Oh shit, Felipe's got that shit on lock. Apparently, that shit's quick copy pasted. That's saved a clipboard for Felipe. Yeah, that's the Discord link. Feel free to join the Discord. Send me a DM. Say like, I'm gonna be real with you. I'm gonna do this shit tomorrow, but send me a DM saying like I won. There's 3 of you. I'll know who you 3 are. Send me your message. I'll send you a $5 Google Play gift card as a thank you for just being a cool supporter and for being here tonight. I'd appreciate it if you use it on the channel membership, but like, I'm not your dad. I can't control you. So if you want to use it on something else, I won't hate you forever, you know? Cool. All right. If anyone's got any questions before we wrap, I've got an hour before my girlfriend's going to pick me up from my office. So feel free to ask those. And if I don't get any of those in about 15 seconds to account for the delay, and I'm going to end the stream. Yeah. Thank you, Felipe. I appreciate it. This is going to be made into a video. We're going to check it out. It's going to be great. Awesome. Seems like we're signing off for the night. No questions. Yeah, I'm going to be drinking so much water tonight so that I don't get fucked up tomorrow. Read Metro. Metro's incredible. Play Metro. Metro's incredible. Do Metro. Metro's incredible. And I'll catch you all next time. I'm hoping to be live next week, same time. Thank you, Felipe, for the gin. And I'll catch you all next time. Have a good one.